Chapter 843. The Jin family seeks medical treatment. However, he still had the ability to cure illnesses, so he agreed to Qibing's suggestion. Go spread the news that Yao Wang is starting to make house calls, specializing in solving difficult and complicated illnesses. Qibing said, of course, you have to reveal that Yao Wang is the private doctor of a hidden house. Okay, Master Bing, I understand. Sihua nodded. Qibing's way of earning money was not bad, and there was no danger involved. Now, tell me about the orphanage. Why, is there a problem? Qibing asked. It's like this, after we went there last time, wasn't the old dean a golden class master? I was thinking of asking Yao Wang to come out and scare the old dean into giving us the orphanage's territory. Sihua said. There's no rush. You can handle Yao Wang's house calls first. After all, we'll be able to see the money soon. It'll take some time to demolish the orphanage. Qibing said. Okay, Sihua nodded and went out to spread the news. Jin Dazhou asked Zhou Tiandi to find out about the miracle doctors who served the rich. He felt that normal doctors couldn't cure Zheningjuan's illness anymore. Only miracle doctors could. Heaven rewarded those who worked hard. Jin Dazhou didn't think that House Xiao's private doctor would make house calls so soon. As one of the reputable people in East Ocean City, Jin Dazhou naturally knew some news about the hidden aristocratic family, the Zhao family, who was entrenched in East Ocean City. However, people like him didn't have the chance to interact with the Zhao family. Even so, he knew that the Zhao family was a very powerful existence. When he heard that House Xiao's private doctor made house calls, he quickly sent Zheningjuan over. From his perspective, House Xiao's private doctor must be much better than the doctors outside. And so, Zheningjuan became Yao Wang's first patient. What's going on? Yao Wang glanced at Zheningjuan, whose face was crooked and legs were cramping. He pretended that he didn't know anything and asked faintly. My son, Zheningjuan, I don't know why, but he was possessed and became like this. Jin Dazhou thought that there was no need to talk about the process of his son's illness. He might as well talk about the illness. What's your son's name? Zheningjuan. Ha, he's really handsome. Zhao Qibing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Zheningjuan's current appearance. How was he handsome at all? Jin Dazhou knew Zhao Qibing. He knew that he was a famous young master in Donghai City. He had heard of his background as a hidden noble house, so when he saw Yao Wang beside him, he didn't suspect anything. He trusted Yao Wang wholeheartedly and sincerely allowed him to treat him. He didn't dare to get angry when he saw Qibing laughing. He smiled bitterly. My son used to be quite spirited, but now he can't even go out and meet people. Everyone laughs like Master Bing when they hear his name. Zhao Qibing couldn't help but laugh, but he regretted it after laughing. He was trying to get money from Dazhou, how could he piss him off? But after hearing Dazhou's words, Zhao Qibing breathed a sigh of relief. This Dazhou was quite smart, he knew when to advance and retreat. He said, Yao Wang, why don't you take a look at him? Yao Wang nodded and glanced at Zheningjuan. He understood the problem after a brief examination. Lin Yi's treatment was simple. He only used pure energy to seal a few of Zheningjuan's acupoints. Even without treatment, he would recover in 8 to 10 years. Of course, Yao Wang couldn't say this out loud. It can be treated, but it's very complicated. Yao Wang pretended to be profound and said to Dazhou. Mr. Medicine King, I beg you, please cure my son's illness. As long as you can cure Ingjuan's illness, just tell me your conditions and I will do my best. Jin Dazhou was overjoyed when he heard that the Medicine King could cure his son. He had seen many doctors and they were all helpless. Zheningjuan's illness isn't an illness, nor is he possessed. Someone did something to him, Yao Wang said indifferently. This isn't a normal sequela of a stroke. Although it looks similar, there's a world of difference between them. Jin Dazhou couldn't help but nod after hearing Yao Wang's words. Someone did something to him. No wonder normal hospitals couldn't do anything. Ah! Someone did something to him. Zhening Jun was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the person named Lin Yi patted him a few times and he fell sick after that. Could it be that he did it at that time? He couldn't help but exclaim, yes. It must be Lin Yi's doing. Dad, I know. Lin Yi. Yao Wang pretended to be surprised after hearing Lin Yi's name. What did you say? Lin Yi did something to you. Yes. What's wrong? Zhening Jun froze. Yao Wang, do you know this person named Lin Yi? Jin Dazhou didn't think that his son had been tampered with because it sounded a little unbelievable, so when his son talked about the process, Jin Dazhou didn't pay much attention. But now that Yao Wang said that his son was done to him and that he knew the person his son suspected, he couldn't help but ask. Of course I know him. Yao Wang nodded. This Lin Yi is a medical expert. He's good at saving people but he's also good at harming people. How could I not know him? Ah. Fuck, so it was Lin Yi's doing. I'm going to kill him. Zhening Jun was furious after knowing the truth. Zhao Qibing sneered at the side. You want to kill him? Who do you think you are? I wanted Lin Yi dead for a long time, but now my leg is broken, Uncle Zhu is bedridden, the building collapsed, I lost money, but Lin Yi is still alive and kicking. But Zhao Qibing didn't say it. He didn't mind the father and son of Zhening Jun looking for trouble with Lin Yi. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Yi, it was good to make Lin Yi suffer. Jin Dazhou coughed and glared at his son. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to wait until you're better. Can't you tell which is more important? Jin Dazhou stopped his son and turned to Yao Wang. Yao Wang, between you and that Lin Yi, who's more powerful? Humph, I can cure the illness he created. Who do you think is more powerful? Yao Wang didn't answer the question directly. Chapter 844. The treatment gets worse, sure, but I can tell you the theory behind it, Yao Wang said. You've heard of pure energy, right? Other than us ordinary people, there are some practitioners who can use pure energy. Of course I've heard of it. My relative is also a mystic division master. Jin Dazhou nodded, but it was more or less an exaggeration. That mystic division master wasn't his relative at all, but someone he hired to deal with an enemy. It was just a relationship of interest. Oh, it's easy now that you've heard of it. Yao Wang continued. Lin Yi used pure energy to seal Zhening Jun's meridians, causing them to be blocked. That's why he's in such a condition. It looks like the sequela of a stroke, but it's actually not. It's more complicated than a stroke. I see. Jin Dazhou listened to Yao Wang's explanation and became even more nervous. Then how do I cure it? I can only use my acupuncture and my true qi to neutralize it one by one. But it consumes a lot of my energy and it's not something that can be cured in a day, so the process is more complicated. Yao Wang sighed. To be honest, it's not easy to treat this patient. Yao Wang, you have to save my son. If you don't do anything, what will happen to Ying Jun in the future? Although his crooked mouth and crippled leg won't affect his life, it'll be a joke if he goes out. Jin Dazhou panicked. We can discuss the consultation fee. Can you please do me a favor? Because I have some history with Lin Yi, and your son is the first patient I've ever seen, so I'll just have to help him. Yao Wang said, but let's make this clear, I'm not a charity and I'll take a certain fee. Let's set the fee at 1 million per visit. Okay. Jin Dazhou nodded quickly. 1 million per visit wasn't a lot. His son's condition was too complicated, even 10 million couldn't cure him. Alright, since you've agreed, I'll transfer the Jinqi in your son's body today. I'll transfer it from his legs to his hands, and from his mouth to his ears. This way, one of his ears will be crooked, and one of his hands will be useless. On the surface, he'll look like a normal person. As for your ears and hands, I will slowly dissolve them for you. Medicine King said. Alright, that would be great. When Jindajo heard this, he realized that it was possible to transfer his true chi. After transferring it, it wouldn't be too obvious. That was great. His ears and hands could slowly recover in the future. As long as his appearance looked like a normal person, it would be fine. Alright, since you've agreed, I'll start the treatment now. The Yaowang nodded, took out the silver needles, and prepared to start the treatment. In fact, Lin Yi was only punishing him lightly. Lin Yi didn't want to create a complicated disease, so Yaowang could easily solve it. Yaowang's so-called transfer was to heal Zheningjuan's mouth and legs, then use the same method to seal the meridians around his ears and hands. It sounded like a diversion, but in fact, it was to create an opportunity for him to make money next time. Or else, 1 million was a little too little. Yaowang had already set a goal to squeeze at least 10 million from Zheningjun. Soon, under Yaowang's acupuncture, Zheningjuan's mouth and legs returned to normal. However, one of his ears was deaf and one of his hands couldn't feel anything. However, these problems were hidden and couldn't be seen on the surface. Zheningjun and Jindajo were naturally grateful to Yaowang. After paying the fees, they agreed on the next time and left happily. Looking at the father and son from House Shen leaving, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Qibing's face. Two idiots, just wait to give me money. Master Bing, I've decided to get 10 million from the father and son from House Shen. What do you think? Yaowang told Zhao Qibing his idea. 10 million. So little. Zhao Qibing frowned. I heard that Jindajo is very rich. His assets are over 100 million. You should get at least half of it, right? 50 million. Hiss. Yaowang was shocked. Master Bing was a ruthless man. He was even more ruthless than him. He thought that 10 million was a lot, but Master Bing asked for 50 million straight away. However, Yaowang couldn't understand why Zheningjuan's problems were worth 50 million. He couldn't help but ask, Master Bing, 1 million for one time and 10 times for 10 times, isn't that a lot? Are you stupid? Zhao Qibing glared at him. Can't you make more problems when you treat him? This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Do you need me to teach you this? Zheningjun is a man who enjoys alcohol and women. If you make him impotent, let's see if he'll ask for help with a lot of money. If you're afraid of suspicion, then just do it to Jindajo and make that old man's sexual function fail. I understand, Master Bing. Yaowang heard Zhao Qibing's words and was enlightened. Even a black-hearted doctor like him wasn't as black-hearted as Master Bing. Master Bing was too black-hearted. Almost all the famous people in Songshan knew that Zheningjun had a strange disease. It caused a huge commotion and it wasn't a secret that Jindajo asked Zhou Tiandi to search for a doctor. However, the news that Zheningjuan's disease was cured by a new Zhao Yaowang shocked everyone. In the past, everyone in Songshan knew that Guan Xuemin was a miracle doctor. They didn't expect that there would be another Zhao Yaowang who seemed to be even better than Guan Xuemin. Everyone saw Zheningjuan's condition. His mouth was crooked and his legs were lame. They went to the hospital for a checkup but there was nothing they could do. However, after Zhao Yaowang injected a few needles, a miracle happened. Zheningjuan's legs were no longer lame and his mouth was no longer crooked. Jindajo didn't want to tell others that he was deaf and couldn't feel his hands. He only said that his son was cured. This way, it was an advertisement for Zhao Yaowang. In an instant, everyone knew that there was a Zhao Yaowang in Songshan. His medical skills were incredible and he was even better than Miracle Dr. Guan. As a result, Zhao Yaowang's fame spread like wildfire. In the future, when the rich and famous people wanted to see a doctor, the first person they thought of was Zhao Yaowang. After all, Zhao Yaowang had cured someone before. Jining Jun was indeed alive and kicking now. Chapter 846. Chapter 0845, Hiring a Spokesperson. What does Xiao Qibing want to do? Could it be that he learned how to make money from you? Fatty Lai asked curiously. I'm afraid he lost a lot of money recently. He didn't have the initiative in the slums area, so he probably won't be able to make much money. So, it's understandable that he's thinking of other ways to make money. Lin Yi could guess Xiao Qibing's intentions, that Yao Wang, he does have a way to treat people. This kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Yeah, let's ignore him then. It has nothing to do with us for now. Fatty Lai nodded. No matter how Xiao Qibing acted, as long as he didn't provoke Lin Yi, it wouldn't matter. Lin Yi just laughed it off because there were more important things waiting for him. The first batch of products from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was about to hit the market. Let's not talk about him. Didn't you call me here to talk about the product? Lin Yi had a lot of free time these few days. Tang Yun's problem was solved. He didn't know whether Zhong Pingliang and Zhang Wen were discharged or not, and Xiao Qibing had quieted down quite a bit. Zhou Ruoming fawned on Lin Yi even more than when he saw his own father. This made Lin Yi relax for a few days. Other than accompanying Miss and Shu Tuan from school, he would only see Tang Yun during breaks. His days were peaceful and leisurely. This was the life that Lin Yi yearned for. There were no conflicts every day, and he could protect the people he loved, quietly savoring the little things in life. Lin Yi didn't know how long these days would last. If it was possible, Lin Yi hoped that it would last forever. However, although life was peaceful and it made Lin Yi feel comfortable, Lin Yi still kept his guard up. Yu Kuan went back. No matter what, Lin Yi had a feeling that he was leaving a threat behind. It was just that House Yu hadn't made any moves yet. As for Xiao Qibing, Lin Yi didn't believe that he would just let it go like this. Who knew if he would come up with some weird tricks to deal with him? Yes, the first batch of our injury medicine is ready and can be launched at any time. Fatty Lai said, however, when our company opened, we didn't hold any ceremony. Although Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company is quite famous outside, we still need to hold a product launch for the release of a new product. Press conference. Why is it so troublesome? Lin Yi didn't think that launching a product into the market required such a complicated process. Yeah, it's just a way to show the company's strength. It's just like Qibing real estate company's building completion ceremony. Fatty Lai was an expert in business, so it was natural for him to be able to make sense of it. It's just that we ruined his completion ceremony. If that's the case, then it's up to you. Lin Yi felt that he wasn't doing his job as a hands-off boss. He knew nothing about business. If it weren't for Fatty Lai, a follower he'd met halfway, it would have been hard for him and Xuemin to run the company. Alright, then I've decided. Fatty Lai nodded, because our company's publicity is almost done. Now is the best time to go public. Once our product is launched, there will be a lot of media outlets promoting us for free. But, according to the usual practice of many companies, they usually hire celebrities to boost the popularity of their new product launch. Celebrities. You know them. Lin Yi wasn't interested in celebrities and he didn't watch TV. To him, celebrities weren't as cute as the girls at home. I don't know. Fatty Lai smiled bitterly, but money makes the world go round. As long as we're willing to pay, it's easy to hire a spokesperson. Oh, it's up to you then, Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently. Then, boss, do you have any good candidates in mind? Fatty Lai knew that many companies hired celebrities to be their spokesperson not only to bring popularity to their products, but also because the boss of the company was a fan of the celebrity. So, Fatty Lai wanted to ask Lin Yi which celebrity he liked. Candidate. Lin Yi paused. He didn't know any celebrities, so how could he know? But suddenly, a name popped up in his head. Is there a celebrity called Su Shihan? Lin Yi remembered buying Su Shihan's album for Miss and Shu. He also saw Miss and Shu watching her concert in the villa. She was quite an eye candy, jumping around on the stage. But he didn't know if she would still look good after removing her makeup. Ah, yes. Fatty Lai was shocked when he heard the name. He nodded. Boss, Su Shihan is a top singer, Fatty Lai calculated in his heart. How much would it cost to hire Su Shihan to be their spokesperson? Su Shihan was super popular right now. A lot of middle school students were her fans. Her status must be high. But since it was Lin Yi who suggested it, Fatty Lai didn't say anything. He just had to try his best. Oh, then invite her. Lin Yi didn't think that Su Shihan was powerful, so he didn't think much of it. He only heard that Miss Shu and Tang Yun were her fans. Lin Yi just wanted to invite them to have some fun. As for Lin Yi himself, he didn't even look at celebrities in detail. Naturally, he wasn't her fan. Okay, I'll try my best. Fatty Lai nodded and noted it down. Oh right, the boss, are you going to the product launch? Me? I'll pass. Lin Yi shook his head. This medical company was just for fun. Lin Yi wanted to use it to earn some pocket money. But as his friendship with Miss Shu deepened, Lin Yi didn't feel like he was living under someone else's roof anymore. Although, Lin Yi didn't know if it counted as friendship. Anyway, Missy didn't look down on him anymore. Furthermore, Missy was someone who didn't care much about money. So now that the medical company was established, it was a public service. It was impossible to earn money in a short period of time. The price of the medicine was set low, so it could compete with Dr. Kang's golden creation. Fatty Lai knew that Lin Yi always kept a low profile, so he asked before. Since Lin Yi didn't want to participate, he didn't force him. He continued, Boss, about Kong Xiaobo and fun, I've arranged it like this. What do you think? Chapter 847. Company of Swindlers, Kong Xiaobo. I've arranged for him to be the company's intern vice president, mainly in charge of marketing, Fatty Lai said. The current executive vice president in charge of marketing is a friend of mine, and he's only here to help out. With him guiding Kong Xiaobo, I believe it won't take long for him to graduate as an apprentice. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Lin Yi didn't expect Fatty Lai to arrange things so well, and it surprised Lin Yi. As for Xiaofan, I'll arrange for her to work in the quality inspection department, but the position of quality inspection manager is empty at the moment. It won't be too late to arrange for her to be the manager after she gets used to it, Fatty Lai explained. You've thought it through. Lin Yi was a classic example of nepotism, but whether it was Kong Xiaobo or Xiaofan, they wouldn't become arrogant because of this relationship. Although Kong Xiaobo was Lin Yi's follower, wasn't the company's general manager Fatty Lai also Lin Yi's follower? With Kong Xiaobo's grades, he wouldn't be able to get into any university, at most a third-rate one. It wasn't because he didn't study hard, but because Kong Xiaobo wasn't talented enough. He wasn't as smart as the Miss and Yushu, and he didn't have much of a heart. No matter how hard he studied, he could only maintain a below-average standard. Songshan Songshan was a good school, but that didn't mean that every student could get into a famous university. Students like Xiaobo, who weren't good at studying, could get into a better university if they had some connections or money, but those who didn't have any connections or money could only get into a third-rate university. Kong Xiaobo had thought things through a while ago, so he decided to put his studies aside and put his energy into managing the company. He could just get into a third-rate university to pass his time, and when the company had some results, he could study for an MBA or something. It wasn't a bad way out. Evidently, Kong Fu and Kong Mu had thought it through as well. What was the point of studying hard for 10 years? Wasn't it just a good job in the future? Now, he had a job, and it was a deputy general manager. In this day and age, even if you were a PhD student who had returned from abroad, without any experience or connections, it was impossible to give you a deputy general manager position. After Lin Yi left, Fatty Lai started looking for connections and connections. The contact information of the celebrities in the entertainment industry might be a secret to the common people, but it wasn't the same for the rich businessmen. They were always looking for endorsements, and the entertainment companies were more than willing to work with them. Fatty Lai quickly found the entertainment company Su Shirhan belonged to and contacted her manager. Needless to say, the manager of a superstar like Su Shirhan was very arrogant. She picked up the phone and hurriedly asked, "Who are you? What's the matter?" The way she spoke made Fatty Lai frown, but he still said patiently, "Hello, I'm from a company, and I want to cooperate with Miss Su Shirhan." The manager's tone softened a little after hearing that Fatty Lai was from a company, but it was still cold. "Which company are you from? What kind of strength? Why would he want to collaborate with Miss Su? Are you attending an event or endorsing a product?" The manager couldn't be blamed for being cold. There were a lot of people calling to harass Su Shirhan, and the manager couldn't be more annoyed every day. Before confirming the identity of the person calling, she couldn't let her guard down. "Hello, I'm the CEO of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, Lai Changyi. I'm looking for Miss Su Shirhan to endorse our company's product, and also to attend a new product launch." Fatty Lai could see that the manager was a straightforward person, so he didn't waste any time and said his purpose directly. "Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company." The manager was startled and asked, "Is it Guan Xuemin's company?" "Yes. Miracle Dr. Guan is Guan Xuemin." Fatty Lai nodded. It seemed like the manager knew about his company. "Guan Xuemin's company, isn't it a scammer company?" "What Miracle Dr. Guan, it's a scammer." The manager's tone turned nasty, and before Fatty Lai could say anything, he hung up the phone with a bang. Do. Fatty Lai looked at the phone and didn't know if he should laugh or cry. How did Guan Xuemin become a scammer? His own company, how did it become a scammer company? When did he offend Su Shirhan's manager? "Wang sis, why are you talking so loudly? Why are you calling him a scammer?" A heavenly voice sounded from behind Sister Wang. A girl wearing a bathrobe, with fair skin and a slight blush, walked over. She looked like a fairy who had just come out of the bath. Her hair was still wet, and it was casually scattered. Her pretty face didn't have the slightest bit of makeup on, but she still looked very lovely. She was the superstar Su Shirhan who had countless fans and was the idol of many middle school and university students. But at this moment, she didn't act like a superstar at all. She walked behind the manager like a mischievous girl and bent down to look at her phone, wanting to see who she was calling. "Han, are you feeling better?" Wang Sis's cold expression changed, and a concerned expression appeared on her face as she turned to look at Su Shirhan. I'm fine. Su Shirhan shook her head and smiled sweetly. "Wang sis, don't worry about me." "Right, you haven't told me yet. What happened before? Also, Wang sis, why is your temper so bad these days? You're always so cold when you pick up the phone." "It's not that I'm cold, but there are some entertainment reporters who always pretend to be fans and collaborators, spying on this and that. It's annoying me." Wang sis sighed. "Looks like I'll have to change the phone number after a while, too many people know this number." "But, what if it's really a call to collaborate?" Su Shirhan nodded and asked. "I can tell with just a few words whether it's a collaboration or not. Some people have too much money and purposely call to have fun. Our Han isn't that kind of person. If you want to chase after a celebrity, go find someone else." Wang sis had been a manager for a few years, and she had a pair of sharp eyes. The companies that could really afford to collaborate with Su Shirhan were all big and famous companies, not some unknown small company. Chapter 848. The celebrity's strange illness. When she grew up and entered the entertainment industry, it was Wang Sis who acted as her manager, shielding her from the wind and rain. Although Wang Sis wasn't her real sister, in Su Shihan's eyes, she was more or less like a real sister. Now that she was earning money, Su Shihan would always split the income into two, one under Wang Sis's name. Although Wang Sis didn't want it, Su Shihan still insisted. No, it's a scammer company. Wang Sis shook her head. It's that Guan Xuemin, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. It's been hyped up on TV and newspapers recently, but it's actually a scammer. How? Su Shihan heard Wang Sis's words and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Wang Sis, Elder Guan is an expert in the medical world, how can he be a scammer? If he's not a scammer, then why can't he cure your illness? After acupuncture for so long, there's no improvement at all. He even said that he could cure it. Wang Sis said with disdain. You can't say that, so many hospitals couldn't cure it either, right? It's just that my illness is a bit strange. Su Shihan didn't think that Guan Xuemin was a scammer, since her situation was too complicated. Forget it, we have to have a conscience when we're endorsers. If he can't even cure your illness, how can he call himself a miracle doctor? We can't just let you lie with your eyes wide open, right? Wang Sis said indifferently. Su Shihan heard Wang Sis's words and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. It's not like there aren't such celebrities. Fake endorsements, there's a lot of them nowadays. I think I should call Master Guan and apologize to him. He was very attentive when he treated me. Do what you want, this kind of scammer, why bother with him? Wang Sis was a person who had a clear distinction between love and hate. She had a very strong personality, unlike Su Shihan, who was pure and didn't have complicated thoughts. However, for someone like Su Shihan, if it wasn't for Wang Sis, her manager, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Su Shihan smiled and picked up the phone. She found the number and called Xuemin, but his phone was turned off. She could only put this matter aside for now. Fatty Lai didn't manage to invite Su Shihan, so he quickly called Lin Yi, but Lin Yi didn't think much of it. He heard that Su Shihan's manager was a cocky one, so he gave up on the idea of finding a spokesperson. Jiang Wen didn't have a good time these days. The pressure from his family and the Fire Wolf gang made it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, before the kidney trafficking organization was destroyed, Jiang Wen had earned a lot of money for his family and the Fire Wolf gang. Jiang Wen's brother, Jiande, was in charge of organ trafficking in Songshan. Although he didn't get into any trouble, he had to spend money to buy kidneys. The turnover was small, and the cost was high. So, his annual profit wasn't even as much as Jiang Wen's monthly profit. This was also the reason why the Fire Wolf gang and Housen didn't take Jiang Wen back. Jiang Wen was quite arrogant and unscrupulous, but one had to admit that he was an expert at making money. He'd made tens of millions of profit in 1 month, and even the leader of the Fire Wolves North had to look at him in a different light. At this moment, Jiang Wen was lying on the sofa, receiving a call from his father. Jiang Wen, you're still too young. You're too reckless this time. Jiang Wen's father, and Mingyue, said seriously. Look at your cousin, he's been in Songshan for a year, and although his results aren't as good as yours, he's stable. Isn't he being used by the Fire Wolf gang now? Dad, I'm just trying to show Grandpa and the Fire Wolf gang what I want, right? Our family, ever since I left the country, the business in the north has been handed over to my uncle. Our family's position in Housen and the Fire Wolf gang has been plummeting. Jiang Wen said bitterly. Idiot. I may have given up on the business in the north, and I'm now the liaison between the house and the Fire Wolf gang. It may seem like I'm not as glorious as your uncle, but in reality, every transaction with the Fire Wolf gang comes from your father. And Mingyue said. Otherwise, why do you think the Fire Wolf gang would put you in charge of the business in Songshan when you just came back? As for your brother, is he really valued by the Fire Wolf gang? He's only going to the border to deal with the drug dealers. It looks like he's making a lot of money, but do you know how dangerous it is? Which one of those foreign drug dealers isn't a murderer who kills without blinking an eye? I understand, Dad, I was too reckless. Jiang Wen thought about his father's words and felt that it was true. But the organ smuggling business won't last long. And Jianda had already attracted the police's attention when he started it. It's fine if it's stopped now. You've made quite a lot of money for the Fire Wolf gang, so we'll let this go. And Mingyue said. Fortunately, the head of the Fire Wolf gang's northern branch is a cruel man. He likes your unscrupulous way of making money, and with me coming back from the middle, he finally agreed to give you a new job. What? A new job? That's great. Jiang Wen was overjoyed when he heard his father's words. He was still thinking about what he should do in the future. How was he going to pursue Meng Yao without a kidney and a career? Now, a new career had arrived so quickly. Yeah, the most profitable business is prostitution, drugs, and organ smuggling. As for the sex industry, there are local gangsters everywhere. We shouldn't interfere. And Mingyue said. As for drug trafficking, your cousin is already in it. What you need to do now is gambling. Oh. You want me to build a casino? Jiang Wen could roughly guess his father's intention. Yes, but not a normal casino. It's an underground boxing ring. And Mingyue said. Normal casinos are also controlled by local gangsters. It's not good for us to interfere. That's why we're doing the boxing business. Not only can we sell the tickets, but we can also bet on the outcome of the fights. It's a very profitable business. No problem, leave it to me. I'll do it well this time. Jiang Wen nodded. But I don't have anyone else I can use. The tattooed guy already took the blame for me. Chapter 849. Jiang Wen's kidney transplant. Don't worry, father, I know what I'm doing. But can you send me another person who can run errands? Otherwise, these two won't be able to help me take care of things. Jiang Wen wasn't an idiot. One was a fighter, and the other was a doctor. They were both important figures in the Fire Wolves, and so he couldn't just use them as scapegoats. The kidney trafficking company had taught him a lesson. He had to have a backup plan. He was lucky enough to escape this time, but he had to be more careful next time. He had to prepare a scapegoat for his crimes. Otherwise, the next person to go to jail would be him. Of course, you don't have to worry about that. And Mingyue smiled. I found a suitable candidate. He's a wanted criminal, and he only has a junior high schooler at home. He can help you. How could Mingyue not know what his son was thinking? Plus, he didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Wen, so he had to arrange everything in advance. Oh, so this person doesn't have anything to worry about? Jiang Wen asked quickly. Nope, he only has a junior high schooler at home. After he committed the crime, he lied to his brother, saying that he went overseas to work. And Mingyue said. I've already sent some money to his brother a few days ago, saying that his brother won't be back for a while. That's good. Jiang Wen nodded. Leave this arena to me. I'll make it great for you. Jiang Wen hung up the phone. He was very excited. The second spring of his career was about to come. He thought that he would be neglected by the Fire Wolves for a while, but it seemed like his father's relationship with the Fire Wolves wasn't just a shallow one. But when he thought about the fact that the Fire Wolves and a mystic early phase peak wasn't going to be his bodyguard or fighter, Jiang Wen felt a little depressed. How great would it be if this person was his subordinate, then he could be arrogant and tyrannical in Songshan City again. In fact, Jiang Wen didn't have a decent follower. Otherwise, he wouldn't even care about Zhao Qibing. What was an illegitimate son of a hidden house? Even the direct descendants of the hidden families had to be respectful in front of the Fire Wolf Gang's division leader. This was also why Jiang Wen didn't give Qibing any face. Chibi knew that Jiang Wen had the fire wolves behind him, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. However, the secrets of the fire wolves were only known to those who stood at a certain level. Zhao Chibi knew a thing or two about them and knew that the fire wolves were not to be messed with. Sihua, on the other hand, had no idea how strong the fire wolves were. Right now, Jiang Wen felt that all he needed was a kidney, and he'd be able to regain his glory. Now that he had a career and powerful subordinates, all he had to do was install a kidney and he would once again be one of Songshan's 4 young masters. Jiang Wen hung up his father's call and was about to call Pinliang, but Pinliang's call came in before he could make the call. Jiang Wen picked it up quickly. Hello. Brother Pinliang. How was it? Are the results out yet? Hey, we're out. Pinliang pretended to be in pain and said worriedly, it really isn't a match, my kidney, Pinliang bro, I'm sorry for your loss. I'll get you a good kidney for sure. Look, is your kidney? Jiang Wen asked carefully. Yeah, since it's yours, I'll have to return it to its rightful owner. Pinliang sighed. And bro, you can't forget me in the future. You have to get me a good kidney. Of course. When do you think we should do the surgery? Jiang Wen was worried that something might happen if something went wrong. The sooner the better. There's no rush, right? My body's been through a couple of surgeries, and I'm still very weak. I need to nourish my body before the surgery, right? Pinliang said, troubled. Plus, the surgery fee is quite expensive. I'll have to discuss it with my dad first, the surgery fee is not a problem. Of course, I'll pay for it. How can I let you pay for it, bro? Jiang Wen said quickly. As for your body, we can nourish your body after the kidney transplant, right? How about this, I'll give you some nutrition fees, and you can buy some supplements or something. I see. Pinliang was overjoyed. Jiang Wen, you idiot. I'm giving you a dog kidney and you're giving me money. What an idiot. But he didn't show it on his face. Since an bro says so, I can't really say no. I guess that's the only way. But how much can you give me for the nutrition fees? How about 500,000? Jiang Wen gritted his teeth. That was half of his private stash. The rest of it was given to the fire wolves in Hausen. He was feeling a little heartache. But he had a career now, and he had a kidney. What was this little bit of money? It was a double blessing for him. Okay, right? Then when do we get the kidney transplant? Jiang Wen asked anxiously. And bro, since you're in such a hurry, I won't delay it any longer. How about tomorrow? Pinliang said. The private clinic that's doing the checkup here can do the surgery. I've already contacted Xiaofu. Okay. Tomorrow then. Pinliang bro, thank you. I'll treat you to a feast then. Jiang Wen was overjoyed by Pinliang's words and quickly thanked him. After Pinliang hung up, Xiaofu asked, Liang bro, how was it? Did Jiang Wen agree? He did. We'll get the kidney transplant tomorrow, and then give me 500,000 as compensation. Pinliang said. Is everything ready on your side? Everything's ready. We can do the surgery any time. Gao Xiaofu cackled and said, Brother Liang, I've also prepared a mad dog. I bought a mad dog from the dog hunting team. This mad dog is really hard to catch. Ha, we'll get that Jiang Wen a mad dog kidney. We'll play him to death. Who told him to screw me over? Take my kidney away. Pinliang started laughing as well. Jiang Wen, just you wait. The best part is yet to come. When Zhang Naipeo comes down from the mountain, it'll be your death. That's true. When Gunslinger comes out, no one will be able to fight him. Xiaofu said with anticipation. Liang bro, when do you think we can go see Naipeo? Chapter 850. Xiaoka, are you depressed? I know that. Xiaofu nodded. The two of them had grown up amidst great joys and sorrows. How childish were they when they thought back to what they'd done. But how many people hadn't been childish before in their lives? How many people hadn't grown up amidst failure? Pinliang and Xiaofu's thoughts had deepened, and they no longer showed their hatred on their faces and fought their enemies head-on. They now knew how to use schemes and strategies. The next morning, Pinliang and Xiaofu arrived at the private clinic they'd agreed on earlier. This clinic was under Zihua's jurisdiction, and Xiaofu was able to easily reach an agreement with the doctors here using Zihua's name. Zhang Wen thought that it'd be hard for a normal clinic to complete a kidney transplant, but after seeing the size of this clinic, he let go of that worry. This clinic wasn't small at all, and they could even perform appendectomies and cholecystectomies. A kidney transplant shouldn't be a problem at all. Pinliang pretended to sigh as he chatted with Zhang Wen, and with Xiaofu's help, he walked into the surgery room and laid down on the bed. The doctor injected anesthetic into Zhang Wen first, and in order to not arouse Zhang Wen's suspicion, he pretended to inject the anesthetic into Pinliang as well. In fact, Zhang Wen was being very careful this time. He'd removed the wrong kidney last time, so naturally he'd be more careful this time. It wasn't that he thought that Pinliang would lie to him, but he didn't suspect Pinliang at all. Why would Pinliang want a rejected kidney? Since Pinliang had promised to return the kidney to him, Zhang Wen didn't think too much about it. He was just worried about the doctor's skills. After a while, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and Zhang Wen fell asleep. Pinliang, who should have fallen asleep as well, sat up abruptly and got off the bed. He looked at the sleeping Zhang Wen and spat on the ground before calling out to the surgery room. Xiaofu, open the door and let the dog out. Alright, Liang bro. Gao Xiaofu pushed a surgical cart over, and on the cart lay a big black dog that had already been anesthetized. Dr. Zhang, sorry to trouble you. Gao Xiaofu said to the chief surgeon with a smile. Don't worry, there won't be any problem. I don't dare to replace a human kidney, but a dog kidney is not a problem. Anyway, it's fine even if it's damaged, right? Dr. Zhang nodded and asked. It's fine if I die, Pinliang said nonchalantly. The rest was left to Dr. Zhang, and Pinliang and Xiaofu left first. Xiaoka was very depressed these days, almost to the point of being depressed. Qibing Real Estate wanted to demolish the orphanage, but before she could think of a good strategy, her source of income was cut off. Recently, the city's anti-theft campaign was in full swing, and Xiaoka realized that there was a plainclothes police patrolling every few steps. She didn't have a chance to make a move. Moreover, committing a crime at a time like this was no different from asking for death. Although what she did wasn't enough for Ling Shan to issue a wanted order for her, who knew if Ling Shan told her subordinates about her appearance? What if she was recognized for being sneaky? However, she had to go out and earn money. The orphanage's expenses were getting higher and higher, and if this continued, they would be running out of money. Xiaoka was depressed and anxious. Xiaoka, what are you doing? You're walking around the house, and I'm getting dizzy, the dean couldn't help but ask when she saw Xiaoka walking around like a headless fly. Master, the police are starting to crack down, I can't go out and work anymore. Xiaoka sighed. I need to think of a way, it seems like I need to spread the news and get a few big deals. Lin Yi sighed and said. Xiaoka, it's been hard on you. The dean looked at Xiaoka with heartache. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't show my face in public, I really want to share some of your burden. You're only 18, and you should be enjoying your youth without any worries, but you have such a heavy burden on you every day. Master, you're treating me like an outsider. You treat me like a daughter, and I share your burden. Isn't that what I should do? Xiaoka didn't think that she was suffering much. It had been so many years, and she was used to it. Now, all she wanted was to earn money so that the children in the orphanage could live a good life. Xiaoke, you're not young anymore, right? One of my biggest wishes is for you to marry into a good family, get rid of your current hard life, and live a happy life. The dean looked at Xiaoke and suddenly said. Me? Marry? Ha, master, don't joke with me. Xiaoke shook her head. Who dares to marry me? I'm a female thief, who dares to marry me? That's not important. If you don't say it yourself, who would know? The dean didn't mind, just change a place and hide your name, change a place and hide my name. No way. What about the children in the orphanage? How can I leave them alone? Xiaoke shook her head, so, whoever marries me has to bear the burden of the orphanage. Ha, who would dare to marry me? Even if I'm as beautiful as a goddess, it's impossible, right? Plus, I'm not even a sky immortal yet. The dean sighed and didn't say anything else on the topic. He knew what Xiaoke was thinking. How could she think about marriage before the orphanage's problems were solved? And if it was as Xiaoke said, marrying her would have to bear the burden of the orphanage, then no one would dare to marry Xiaoke. Xiaoke was pretty, but she was used to playing around outside, and she was a female thief. Which rich family would want a girl like that? If it was a small family, who would be able to bear the burden of such a huge orphanage? But then again, even if those rich families were willing to marry Xiaoke, why would they help her bear the burden of the orphanage? They were rich, but they couldn't afford to spend money like that, could they? The orphanage's expenses went up to $1 million a year. How expensive were things nowadays? Chapter 851. How's Kang's urging, what else can we do? We have to try, right? At least our sect's Qinggong is good, and we're good at mechanisms. We're better than them. Yu Xiaoke said proudly. Last time, I helped them rob tombs. If it wasn't for me, they'd be dead already, just be careful. The dean knew that Yu Xiaoke had made up her mind, so he didn't try to persuade her anymore. The orphanage couldn't lose its income, or else it wouldn't be able to survive. Yu Xiaoke posted a mission on the Thief's Door's website and waited for people to accept it. But normally, once a mission was issued, there wouldn't be people looking for it immediately. So during this time, Yu Xiaoke decided to do something. After thinking about it, she felt that she didn't have any skills. The only thing she could think of was to sell flowers in front of the hospital. The risk was low, and she could still make a profit. After thinking about it, she brought Xiao Ken and the older kids to the wholesale market to buy some flowers. They started selling flowers in front of the first public hospital. In fact, there was a local boss who controlled the sales of flowers, but he knew Yu Xiaoke. He knew that she was a cat burglar, and that she wasn't someone to be messed with. He also heard about the crackdown in the city, so he knew that Yu Xiaoke selling flowers was just a temporary measure. It wouldn't last long, so he turned a blind eye to it. Kong Mingming laid on the sickbed. Luckily, his legs were only fractured, and not comminuted. It was a relatively light fracture. But as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from an injury. Even if Kong Mingming had some good medicine, he wouldn't be able to walk in a short amount of time. Fortunately, the wheelchairs were more intelligent. They could move forward and backward, and they could even turn corners. Wang Shubing and Zhu Shaozhang followed them, so it didn't take too long. Today was the day that Kong Mingming was discharged. Other than the terminally ill, it was a good thing for normal people to be discharged, but Kong Mingming wasn't in a good mood. Guan Axayan hadn't visited Kong Mingming ever since she'd laid in bed for so many days. Kong Mingming's main reason for staying in the hospital was to get close to Guan Axayan, but now that he hadn't gotten close to her, he'd suffered for a few days in vain. Shu Bin, do you have any other good ideas? Kong Mingming was panicking. His family had been calling him all the time, urging him to get Guan Axayan as soon as possible. But his leg was broken, where would he get the chance to get Guan Axayan? Master Ming, I don't think we should use the excuse of being sick to get close to Guan Xin. Wang Shubing said after some thought. Nonsense. You think I don't know? Even Guan Xin is starting to get suspicious. If I get sick again, even if she doesn't think I did it on purpose, she'll still think that I'm an unlucky bastard who gets sick all the time. Who would want to be friends with me? Kong Ming snorted. Plus, which patient she's in charge of has such a bad injury? She won't be able to control it well if it's light or heavy. Yeah, but I really can't think of any good ideas. Wang Shubing said carefully. The guides on picking up girls on the internet are all bullshit*t, they're just to trick people. There's no practical use at all. What are they saying on the internet? Kong Ming asked. They're all about drugging her, getting on the car first and then paying for the ticket. Wang Shubing said. What the fuck, you're on porn, right? What kind of nonsense is this? Kong Ming heard Wang Shubing's words and knew that it was impossible. If he drugged Guan Xin, it'd be good enough if she didn't hate him to death. How could she tell him the formula? To hell with it. Yes. Yes. Wang Shubing wiped the sweat off his forehead. Didn't you tell me to go see her? But he didn't dare to refute. As they were talking, Kong Ming's phone rang. Kong Ming picked it up and saw that it was his brother Kong Xiaolong. He quickly picked it up. Brother. Xiao Ming, I heard that you're leaving the hospital today. How's it going? Xiaolong had something to discuss with Kong Ming, but Kong Ming had just been discharged from the hospital. As his brother, he had to visit him. I'm alright, but I still have to sit in a wheelchair. Brother, what's up? Kong Ming asked. Isn't it that thing? Xiaolong sighed. The Xiao family came looking for Grandpa to force the marriage. They even brought a mystic class master. Motherfucker, are they trying to scare us? That's why you need to hurry up and get Guan Xin to give us the prescription. No matter what you do, you have to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to marry Wang Xinyan. Kong Ming thought that marrying Wang Xinyan would be a beautiful thing. If he was the one to marry her, he'd be more than happy to do so. But he also knew that if House Kong really had the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, they'd have a qualitative leap. With this formula, they'd become one of the most powerful houses in the world. Although the aristocratic families that had consumed the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing didn't publicly announce the effects of the pill, they had secretly sent people to the Kong family to inquire if they had any intention of selling the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing they had purchased at the auction. If they could, they would offer a reasonable price. Reasonable price. House Kong had already spent more than 400 million on the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Wouldn't a reasonable price be more than 400 million? It was unimaginable. But Kong Ming knew that even if they spent 500 million, it would still be worth it to some of the older members of the big houses or even the hidden houses. One pill could extend one's lifespan by 10 years. That was money for life. It was worth it no matter how much it cost. Plus, Kong Ming had experienced the effects of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing firsthand, and he was still benefiting from it. His cold from before, and now that he'd been smashed by the house, had healed rather quickly. It was all thanks to the changes in his body. If it were the old Kong Ming, with his weak kidneys, he'd be lying in the hospital a long time ago. As a result, once House Kong got the formula and refined the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, wouldn't all the other houses have to give them some face? At that time, the Kong family would be promoted to an aristocratic family, and that would be a matter of course. I'll hurry. Kong Ming said. But we can't rush this, right? Chapter 852. Oh. Injury medicine formula. Raw material supply. Raw material supply. What do we need that for? Kong Mingming didn't understand what Xiaolong wanted. If we find out that their formula is the same as our golden creation, we can sue them for patent infringement. Xiaolong said, as for the raw material supply, we can contact them and ask them to sell all their raw materials to us. That way, Miracle Dr. Guan's medicine company won't have any raw materials to sell. If they can't make the product, then the formula will be useless. Is that so? I understand, I'll try my best to find out, Kong Mingming nodded. It's best to find out first. If the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing isn't easy, we can put it aside for now, Xiaolong said. Xiaolong said, after all, House Kang's biggest competitor is Miracle Dr. Guan's company. Okay. Kong Xiaoming replied. In his mind, he was thinking about how to get Miracle Dr. Guan's formula and the source of the raw materials. Did Guan Xan know about this? But even if she didn't, he could find out. It seemed like he had to get Guan Xan first. After hanging up, Kong Mingming was panicking. Miracle Dr. Guan's medicine company was going to release their new product next month. It would be too much of a rush to get the formula before then. Wang Shubing, things have changed. We have to get Guan Xan as soon as possible. Kong Xiaoming didn't hide his intentions from his confidant. My big brother is already rushing me. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company will be releasing their product into the market next month. We need to get the formula of the injury medicine and the raw material purchasing channel before that happens. Kong Xiaoming didn't hide his intentions from his confidant. Wang Shubing and Zhu Xiaozhang had helped him do some evil things before, such as murdering Xiaofan, so these things weren't a big deal in their eyes. Master Ming, that's going to be a bit difficult. Guan Xian's a pure and innocent girl with a strong sense of self-defense. With her family background, she won't be easily tempted by money. That's why our methods of picking up girls like they're dirt aren't going to work. Wang Shubin frowned and sighed. Guan Xian is a girl from a wealthy family, she likes romantic love, but we don't have much to be romantic about. Romantic. Damn it, I didn't know what romance was 10 years ago. Whenever I saw a pretty girl, I would throw money at her. Kong Mingming said fiercely, but I don't care. Think of a romantic way for me right now. I need to finish Guan Xian as soon as possible, there's no time. This. Wang Shubing was speechless. Where could he go to find romance at this time? However, since it was Kong Mingming's order, he could not disobey it. He could only think hard. Even though Zhu Xiaozhang wasn't named by Kong Mingming, there was no guarantee that Kong Mingming would ask him. So he didn't dare delay. While Wang Shubin was thinking, Zhu Xiaozhang was also thinking of a solution. You three, why are you standing in the middle of the hospital's entrance? Do you want to die? The three of them were thinking hard when they suddenly heard a loud shout. Kong Mingming looked up and saw a hearse entering the hospital. The three of them were standing in the middle of the entrance, blocking the hearse's way. The driver of the hearse was holding a wreath to pick up the deceased, but when he reached the entrance, he was blocked by Kong Mingming's group. He honked for a long time, but the three of them didn't hear him. The driver had no choice but to open the window and yell at them. However, Zhu Xiaozhang was an arrogant person. He was usually as domineering as a crab, but when he heard someone scolding him, he immediately became angry. He glared at the hearse driver and cursed, "Who are you calling courting death? You old bastard, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Do you know who I am? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to die?" The hearse driver was just angry at the moment, so he spoke without thinking. As long as Zhu Xiaozhang moved out of the way, he would let it go. However, when he saw Zhu Xiaozhang's arrogance, blocking the road and still speaking reasonably, he became angry. "I am in a hurry to pick up the deceased. What's wrong? If you don't move out of the way, I will run you over and give you a wreath. I will take you to the crematorium on the way." Ha! Zhu Xiaozhang wanted to continue yelling, but when he heard the driver say he would give him a wreath, he suddenly had an idea. Wreath. Flowers. Yes, if there was anything romantic, it would be giving flowers. He had seen some soap operas before. In those soap operas, the male protagonist would use flowers to woo the female protagonist. They would create a sea of flowers, and then the male protagonist would stand in the middle of the sea of flowers with a broken guitar, confessing his love. Although Guan Axian wasn't a gold digger, she definitely couldn't stand such a romantic sea of flowers. Every girl wanted to have a romantic courtship like this, so Guan Axian was no exception. Zhu Xiaozhang was so happy that he danced with joy. His gaze towards the hearse driver was a lot gentler than before. This person was a great help to him. So Zhu Xiaozhang smiled at the hearse driver. Thank you. The hearse driver was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? He was giving him a wreath and he was thanking him. Was there something wrong with him? Was he crazy? Thinking of this possibility and seeing Zhu Xiaozhang's gratified smile, the driver shuddered. He suddenly remembered that this was a hospital. Could this person in front of him be a mental patient? Thinking of this possibility, the driver was shocked. It wasn't against the law for this psychopath to kill someone. He couldn't provoke him. He quickly reversed the car and prepared to leave from the back door of the hospital. He didn't want to provoke this psychopath and invite an unexpected disaster. Zhu Xiaozhang didn't have the mood to care about what the driver was thinking. He quickly turned to Kong Ming. Master Ming, I have a good idea. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Kong Ming asked impatiently. It's like this, we can use the flower sea tactic. Wang Shubing said, Master Ming, we can buy a bunch of flowers and place them in the courtyard of the hospital. Then you can confess to Guan Axian in front of everyone. How romantic would that be? When Guan Axian is touched, she might give you a chance. Oh. Will that work? Kong Xiaoming listened to Wang Shubin's plan and felt that it was feasible. He couldn't help but feel moved. Chapter 853. Chapter 852, Rich Yu Xiaoke, you're right. Kong Ming nodded. Now that you mention it, I think so too. In those dramas, a lot of them use a sea of flowers to woo someone. However, Kong Ming and Wang Shubing had neglected one important point, and that was the relationship between the male and female lead in dramas. It was completely different from his relationship with Guan Axian. The male lead used a sea of flowers to woo someone, but it was built on the premise that the female lead already had feelings for him. It was just that the two of them had misunderstandings or conflicts, or maybe it was just a layer of paper window that wasn't broken. That was why the sea of flowers had such a powerful effect. But the problem now was that Guan Axian didn't like Kong Ming at all, and she didn't have any feelings for Kong Ming. How could she fall in love with Kong Ming just because of the sea of flowers? If it was Lin Yi doing this, Guan Axian might have gladly accepted. Then should we go back and contact the florist? Wang Shubing saw that Kong Ming had agreed, so he asked. Go back for what? Can't we just buy the flowers here? It's better to do this as soon as possible. Kong Ming was in a hurry, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Okay, then we'll buy it now. Wang Shubing nodded and pushed Kong Ming out of the hospital. He saw Yu Xiaoke selling flowers with the children from the orphanage. Isn't there someone selling flowers here? Kong Ming's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Xiaoke. What a pretty girl. But she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, he had to pursue Guan Axian, and he couldn't afford to cause any trouble. Otherwise, he would have gone after the little girl selling flowers. Wang Shubing and Zhu Xiaozhang also felt that Yu Xiaoke looked familiar, but they didn't know where they had seen her before. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that she sold flowers at the entrance of the hospital every day, and he saw her every day when he went in and out. However, it was no wonder that Yu Xiaoke was wearing a nurse's white coat. It was a completely different image from the one she was selling flowers right now. That was why Kong Xiaoming, Zhu Xiaozhang, and Wang Shubing didn't recognize her as the nurse who tricked them and sent them to the morgue. However, Kong Mingming, Wang Shubin, and Zhu Xiaozhang didn't recognize Xiaoke, but she did. As a qualified cat burglar, Xiaoke's eyesight was quite good. She recognized the 3 fat sheep with one look, but when she saw them walking towards her, she felt a little guilty. Could it be that the 3 of them recognized him? Xiaoke was a little worried, but thinking that she was just messing with them, they wouldn't know that she was the one who stole their wallets. She calmed down and pretended not to know them. "Hey, how much are your flowers? We want to buy more. Do you have any left?" Zhu Xiaozhang's tone was arrogant, but the more he acted like this, the more people would treat him as a fat sheep. "Yes, I have as many as you want. But what flowers do you want to buy?" Xiaoke's eyes brightened. She knew that the 3 idiots were going to give her money. "We want roses." "How many do you have?" "The ones you have aren't enough for anything," Zhu Xiaozhang said impatiently. "Roses are 3 yuan each. I have as many as you want. If you don't have enough, you can plant them now," Xiaoke said. Zhu Xiaozhang felt that Xiaoke wasn't reliable after hearing her **T. He wanted to ask the flower shop nearby, but he heard Kong Mingming say something. "Ha, your words are quite interesting." Kong Mingming laughed, "Then I'll buy them from you. I want to buy 10,000 roses and put them in the hospital yard. It'll be a sea of flowers for an hour. Is that okay?" "Sure, but you have to give me a deposit first." Xiaoke was overjoyed. She didn't expect to meet an idiot like this on her first day of selling flowers. He didn't even ask for the price and ordered 10,000 roses. 3 kuai was only the retail price of a single rose. She could buy 10 of them at a cheaper price, and she could even get the packaging for free. "Deposit is not a problem, but I can't give you much. 10,000. I'll give you the rest after you get the flowers," Kong Xiaoming said. In his eyes, 10,000 kuai wasn't much, not to mention that he had just gotten some money from Cihua. He was quite generous. Xiaoke almost laughed out loud after hearing Kong Mingming's words. 10,000. 10,000 roses didn't even cost 10,000 RMB. Currently, the price of roses in Songshan City's flower wholesale market was 50 cents, but if the quantity was large, it could be lowered to 30 cents. So only 3,000 RMB was enough. This idiot gave her 10,000 at once. What a great deal. Xiaoke estimated that she could give them 80 cents if they bargained, but these 3 didn't seem to know the market at all. They didn't bargain and even gave her 10,000 as a deposit. Of course, Xiaoke couldn't show it. She said calmly, "Okay, give me the deposit and I'll send the flowers to you." Kong Mingming and the others didn't expect that they could bargain with the price of the flowers. After all, they saw that Xiaoke was a street flower seller, and she didn't earn much from 1 flower. Plus, it was only a few kuai. Even Kong Mingming felt that it was beneath him to bargain. He was the second young master of House Kong. How could he argue with a few street flower sellers? If word got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Kong Mingming sent Zhu Xiaozhang to a nearby ATM to withdraw 10,000 and gave it to Xiaoke. "Here's the deposit. If you do well, there's a reward." To Kong Xiaoming, 30 or 20,000 wasn't much, so he promised Xiaoke that if she did a good job, there would be a reward. He wanted her to do a good job for him. Xiaoke's eyes lit up when she heard that there was a reward. She gave Kong Mingming some ideas. "Boss, who are you welcoming? Is it your girlfriend?" "Yes, it's my girlfriend. I want to confess to her." Kong Mingming was overjoyed when he heard that Guan Xan was his girlfriend. He was in a great mood. He nodded. "Why? Is there something?" If you're welcoming your girlfriend, do you need me to prepare a sign or something? Xiaoke thought that since she earned so much from him and got a reward, she might as well give him something as well. Chapter 854. The big battle. Xiaoke was speechless as she wanted to give him a sign for free, but this guy wanted to give her money too. There was no reason for Xiaoke to reject it. So he nodded and said, "Boss, you are really straightforward. Your girlfriend must be very happy to have a boyfriend like you." "Wahahaha, you know me too well." Of course, of course." Kong Mingming thought that with Xiaoke's lucky words, he would definitely be able to win today. He said to Xiaoke, "Didn't we agree on 30,000? If you do well today, I'll give you 50,000. But other than the sign, you have to buy me some other things." "Alright, boss, just say it." Xiaoke thought that she'd met an idiot today. She'd be letting herself down if she didn't rip him off. "Go get me some fireworks, a broken guitar, and a megaphone. I want to confess my love." Kong Mingming thought that in movies, other than a sea of flowers, there were fireworks as well, and so he took the chance to bring it up. Kong Mingming was too lazy to buy them himself, and he didn't know where to buy fireworks. He wasn't familiar with Songshan either, so he might as well let Xiaoke do it for him. Xiaoke happily went to buy the things. As a female cat burglar, she'd been to many places in Songshan, and so she knew what was sold and what was available. She sent Ken to the flower market to buy flowers, and another to buy fireworks, and another to the second-hand market to buy a broken guitar and megaphone. Xiaoke herself went to prepare the sign for Kong Mingming. Because there were many people, the division of labor was clear, and so after Xiaoke got the sign from the photocopier, the others also brought the things back, arranging them according to Kong Mingming's requirements. Kong Mingming didn't expect Xiaoke to finish it so quickly. He couldn't contain his joy and gave the remaining 40,000 to Xiaoke without hesitation. Ken and the kids didn't think that Xiaoke would be this good. She just casually negotiated a 50,000 kuai deal. The flowers, the sign, the second-hand guitar, and the amplifier only cost 4,000 kuai in total. They couldn't believe that they had earned 45,000 kuai in just a blink of an eye. Xiaoke took the money and left. She had earned enough here, and if she earned more, people would be jealous of her. Xiaoke knew the rules here, and knew that there were flower shops in this area. In fact, these shops would send people to sell flowers in front of the hospital, and Xiaoke had stolen such a big business from them. How could the flower shop be willing to accept that? If she were to continue doing this tomorrow, these people would definitely cause trouble for Xiaoke. She knew when to retreat and took the money and left. But even so, there were still people who were jealous. The owner of the flower shop nearby looked at Xiaoke with a greedy and hateful gaze. He wasn't happy at all. If it wasn't for Mad Bull Bro telling him that Xiaoke wasn't someone to be messed with, he would have gone up and asked for a share. Seeing Xiaoke leave, the flower shop owner walked over and found Kong Mingming. "Boss, I'm from Tiandao Flower Shop. Do you need any more flowers?" "I have them here, and they're very complete." "We're done, what else do you want?" Kong Mingming was excitedly preparing to confess to Guan Xan, and this flower shop owner came over to talk to him. It pissed him off. "Go away, don't get in the way." The flower shop owner could only back off. "Then you can come to me next time, I can give you a discount." Alright, I got it." Kong Mingming waved his hand and said impatiently, "Get the fuck out." Guan Xan was only a nurse in the Songshan First Hospital, but there were many people who knew her. The prettiest girl in the Songshan First Hospital was definitely Guan Xan, so whether they'd talked to her or not, they'd all heard of her name. Now that Kong Mingming had put up the sign, "Guan Xan, I love you," many people saw it and stopped to look, trying to guess who Kong Mingming was. Could this guy in the wheelchair be Guan Xan's boyfriend? Guan Xan, on the other hand, got the news very quickly. Those who knew Guan Xan told her about the situation at the hospital entrance. Axian, I have big news for you. There's a sea of roses outside our hospital, and they're preparing to confess. That's quite romantic. He's really rich. Li Xiaomei said enviously. Oh. Guan Axian only smiled faintly. What does that have to do with me? How does it have nothing to do with you? That person even put up a sign, Guan Axian, I love you, it's obviously for you. It's already spread in our hospital. Li Xiaomei said, I just went to the ward and the doctor there told me. Ha! Me? Guan Axian's eyes widened at Li Xiaomei's words. She looked at her in disbelief. Really? Are you talking about me? Yes. Li Xiaomei nodded. It's really you. Who? Who would do that? Was it Lin Yi? Guan Axian subconsciously thought of Lin Yi, but when she thought of Lin Yi, she shook her head and blamed herself. It couldn't be Lin Yi. Why would he confess to her? He was really indulging in fantasies. Guan Axian lost interest once she remembered that the person wasn't Lin Yi. There wasn't any excitement on her face. Who's so bored? Ah. Axian, aren't you moved at all after hearing this explosive news? You don't even want to go out and see who did it? Li Xiaomei asked curiously. No. Guan Axian shook her head. What's there to see? It's probably Kong Mingming, that boring person. Ah, now that you mention it, it's possible. Li Xiaomei lost interest when she heard the name. She didn't have any feelings for Kong Mingming, and she also knew Xiaofan through Guan Axian. She knew that Xiaofan was harmed by Kong Mingming, so she didn't have a good impression of Kong Mingming, and now her impression of him was even worse. So, let's get back to work. Guan Axian started to get busy again. After work, Guan Axian and Li Xiaomei walked out of the hospital together. Wang Shubin, who was in charge of investigating at the hospital, saw Guan Axian and immediately sent a signal to Kong Mingming and Zhu Xiaozhang. Chapter 855. The greedy florist Guan Axian thought that Kong Xiaoming would be in a hurry to leave after waiting for so long, but she didn't expect to be startled by the fireworks as soon as she stepped out of the door. Kong Xiaoming's sudden voice startled her. Before Guan Axian could react, Kong Xiaoming started singing. There's a girl in the hospital called Axian. She's pretty and kind. She has a pair of big beautiful eyes, and her braids are thick and long. Kong Mingming played the guitar and sang, giving off the vibe of a passionate prince. It was just that his voice was terrible, like a frog croaking. Not only did it scare Guan Axian, it also made the onlookers frown. Xiaomei, let's go. Ignore him. Guan Axian hadn't been in a situation like this before. She was truly frightened by Kong Mingming. Kong Mingming panicked when he saw that Guan Axian was about to leave. He didn't care about singing anymore and went straight into his confession. Axian, you're the goddess in my heart. You're the electricity, you're the light, you're the legend, I only love you. Where are you guys from? Flammable items aren't allowed in the hospital, and fireworks aren't allowed. Plus, you've already disturbed the patients by shouting with a megaphone. Come with us to the police room for your punishment. Just as Kong Xiaoming was making a fuss, the police in the hospital's duty room received a report and ran over, surrounding Kong Xiaoming in an instant. Ah. Kong Mingming didn't think he'd attract the police. Is it illegal for me to pick up girls? It's not illegal for you to pick up girls, but what you're doing is against the hospital's rules. Come back with us. 2 police officers took Kong Mingming away. Everyone had gathered around to watch the drama, but before Kong Xiaoming could finish his confession, he was taken away by the police. Soon, everyone dispersed. Guan Axian breathed a sigh of relief. This Kong Mingming really was annoying. She didn't know what to do with him. Guan Axian didn't lack suitors in the past, but this was the first time she'd made such a big fuss. Phew. Guan Axian let out a long sigh of relief. She decided that the next time she saw Kong Ming, she'd have a good talk with him. There was no hope between them, so he shouldn't waste his time. This person is really unlucky. He was arrested by the police on duty in the hospital before he could finish his confession. Li Xiaomei curled her lips, feeling a little funny. Thank God he was taken, or I wouldn't know how to deal with him. Guan Axian shook her head as she quickly followed Li Xiaomei to where the hospital bus was parked. Kong Ming was in the hospital's police office. He wrote a letter of guarantee, paid a small fine, and was released. After all, he didn't do anything too serious. The police criticized and educated him before letting him go. Kong Ming didn't listen to a single word. He was secretly worried and quickly maneuvered his wheelchair out of the police office. He saw Zhu Xiaozhang and Wang Shubing waiting at the entrance. Where's Guan Axian? How is she? Kong Ming asked anxiously. She left a long time ago. Wang Shubing said helplessly, Master Ming, you weren't there, so we couldn't stop Guan Axian from leaving. When she left, what was her expression like? Was she happy? Kong Ming asked. No, she looked angry. Wang Shubing said carefully. Motherfucker, we made such a big scene for nothing. Kong Ming said unhappily, how can this hospital be so lenient? The three of them left the hospital together. The sea of flowers in front of the hospital had already been removed, and the guitar and amplifier were nowhere to be seen. However, Kong Xiaoming didn't really care about these things. Right now, he was thinking about how to get Guan Axian. It seemed that his confession was a complete failure. He just didn't know if he was angry because Guan Axian didn't like him, or was he angry because his confession was ruined. The owner of the flower shop in front of the hospital was rich. Kong Ming was arrested, Wang Shubing and Zhu Xiaozhang were also gone. The 10,000 roses in front of the door were now ownerless. The owner of the flower shop quickly called a few workers to collect all the roses and put them in her cellar. The owner picked up a big bargain, but not only was he not satisfied, he was still planning to sell the flowers to Kong Ming tomorrow. He waited at the hospital entrance and saw Kong Ming and the other two walk over. He quickly greeted them with a smile, "Three bosses, do you still want to buy flowers? I have some cheap roses here, guaranteed to be cheap. Do you still want them tomorrow?" What the fuck? Kong Ming glared at the flower shop owner. Still want to buy. Still want to make a fool of himself tomorrow. Boss, didn't you fail today? Don't you want to continue tomorrow? The owner paused and was a little unwilling. He saw that Yu Xiaoko was earning money, so he was extremely jealous. Now he picked up 10,000 roses and wanted to sell them to Kong Ming. It would have been better if the owner didn't mention it, but once he mentioned the failed confession, Kong Ming was furious. He really touched his sore spot. He was so angry that he pointed at the flower shop owner and ordered Zhu Xiaozhang and Wang Shubing, beat him up. Motherfucker, don't be so noisy in front of me. As the saying goes, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This owner was such a person. He obviously picked up 10,000 roses, but he still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to sell the 10,000 roses to Kong Ming. In the end, he was beaten up by Wang Shubing and Zhu Xiaozhang. They beat the owner until he lost his temper. Although the owner had some background and knew the boss of this area, Mad Bull Bro, he saw that Kong Xiaoming and the other two were driving a Porsche Cayenne. One look and he could tell that they were rich people. He could only cry and beg for mercy. Kong Ming's war of courtship ended in a farce. Guan Axian wasn't moved at all, making Kong Ming waste 50,000 yuan. However, Kong Ming didn't give up. The next afternoon, when it was almost time to get off work, he, Wang Shubing, and Zhu Xiaozhang squatted in front of the First People's Hospital, waiting for Guan Axian to get off work. Based on the current situation, what should I do? Kong Xiaoming sighed helplessly. He had accepted the mission his family gave him with full confidence. He thought that he could complete it perfectly, but who would have thought that Guan Xan would be so hard to deal with? Guan Xan wasn't moved no matter what he did. Logically speaking, his family background was similar to Guan Xan's, so they were considered a match. Why wasn't Guan Xan moved? Chapter 856. Guan Xan's father. Yesterday was a good opportunity. If we continued, Guan Xan might really be moved and give you a chance. But yesterday's plan failed. We can't use the same plan a second time. Even if we use it, it won't have any effect. So I think we should change our strategy. Aren't you talking nonsense? I know that too. Kong Xiaoming wasn't in a good mood. What I want right now is a practical solution, not a theoretical analysis like yours. I don't have much time left, do you know that? The situation right now is that my family is really pressuring me. If I really can't get the formula this time, my position in the Kong family will plummet. You two idiots won't be able to be as powerful without my support. This. Wang Shubing and Zhu Xiaozhang heard Kong Mingming's words and realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Indeed, if Kong Mingming wasn't popular in the Kong family, then the two of them wouldn't be able to call the shots like they were now. Thinking of this, Wang Shubing took a deep breath and began to think of a countermeasure. Kong Mingming saw that he was thinking and didn't disturb him. Among them, only Wang Shubing could be considered the brains, so everything depended on him. I got it. Wang Shubing suddenly had an idea. Master Ming, all the signs show that Guan Xan is a good girl. This type of girl listens to her family. So, if we directly propose to the Guan family, there should be some hope. Think about it, you are the grandson of Dr. Kong, and Guan Xan is the granddaughter of Miracle Dr. Guan. You two are a strong combination. I think Guan Shuamin wouldn't object, right? Your idea might work, but you have to understand that I'm not looking for Guan Xan to marry her. I'm just trying to get Guan Xan's recipe from her. If I can have some fun, then I'll do it. It's fine if I can't, but marriage is out of the question. Kong Xiaoming said. How can I get married if I get the recipe out of her? Plus, even if it's a fake marriage, my grandfather has to step in. I can't be stupid enough to ask for Guan Shuamin's hand. Do you think Guan Shuamin will believe him? This. Wang Shubing hesitated. Master Ming, why don't you pay her a visit and tell her that you just want to get to know her better? Although it's not a formal proposal, it's still a hint. I'm sure Shuamin won't reject it too much. Wouldn't it be perfectly justifiable for you to approach Guan Xan? That makes sense. Kong Xiaoming nodded. But I'm not familiar with him. I've never met him before. What if he objects to it? I think you're not asking for her hand in marriage, Master Ming. You're just asking to be friends with Guan Xan. I don't think Guan Shuamin would reject you out of respect, would he? As long as he doesn't refuse, we can do it. Wang Shubin continued, of course, if Guan Shuamin strongly disagrees, even if you're with Guan Xan, he will still find a way to separate you two. He won't easily give the recipe to Guan Xan. That's true. The key was the attitude of the Guan family. Then should we pay a visit to Guan Shuamin? Kong Mingming nodded. I'll have to discuss this with my family. We can't go empty-handed, we have to bring some gifts. As the three of them were talking, it was time for the hospital to get off work. Guan Xan and Li Xiaomei walked out of the hospital. When they were about to reach the entrance, Guan Xan said to Li Xiaomei, Xiaomei, you can take the commuter car today. I have other things to do. Oh. You have a date. Li Xiaomei paused. She smiled mischievously at Guan Xan. Don't tell me it's with that Kong Mingming. How is that possible? Guan Xan glared at her. Even if you beat me to death, I would never go on a date with him. Don't make wild guesses. My dad came to Songsan for business. He's here to pick me up. I see. Li Xiaomei nodded. Isn't that the legendary major shareholder? Shouldn't the dean come out to greet him? My dad is just passing by. He didn't come to the hospital for an inspection. Why would he notify the dean? Guan Axian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, I'll be going first. Guan Axian ran towards the Audi A6L parked in front of the hospital. The car was quietly parked not far from the entrance. It didn't enter the hospital, so no one noticed that it was Guan Xiaoxiang's car. Young Master Ming, Guan Axian is here. Wang Shubing saw Guan Axian and reminded Kong Ming. Oh. She's not taking the commuter car. Kong Ming paused. His original plan was to wait for Guan Axian to get on the commuter car. Then, the three of them would silently follow behind. Once Guan Axian was home, they would pay her a visit. He didn't expect Guan Axian to not get on the commuter car. Did she have something else to do today? No. Young Master Ming, she got on the Audi A6L. It's a Songjiang license plate. Zhu Xiaozhang pointed in the direction Guan Axian ran to. Songjiang license plate. Could it be that Guan Axian went to meet her lover? Kong Ming's face immediately darkened. The driver of the black Audi A6L was most likely a man. Judging from the light in the car when Guan Axian opened the door, the driver should be a man. I don't think so. That man seems to be quite old. Zhu Xiaozhang's eyes were sharp, and he quickly said. Could it be that he's a prostitute? It would have been better if Zhu Xiaozhang didn't mention it. Kong Xiaoming's face darkened. Go and find out who this car belongs to. Oh, I'm so mad. Kong Ming felt like he was being humiliated. He originally thought that Guan Axian didn't accept his confession because she was too pure. She was like a blank sheet of paper. She had never been in a relationship before, so she was subconsciously on guard. But now, it didn't seem to be the case. Zhu Xiaozhang and Wang Shubing didn't have much of a relationship in Songsan. However, in Donghai City, they relied on Kong Ming to know a lot of people. They made a phone call and got the information of the car from a friend who worked in the insurance business. Young Master Ming, this car belongs to Mingyang Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Zhu Xiaozhang told the result to Kong Ming. Mingyang Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Why does this name sound so familiar? Kong Ming frowned and muttered the name. Chapter 857. Kong Ming's visit, yes, that's right. Kong Ming also remembered after Wang Shubing's reminder, so, that man just now could be Guan Axian's father. It should be, or else he would be her father's driver. Wang Shubing nodded. Master Ming, I suddenly thought of something. If you visit Guan Axian's father, Guan Xiaoxiang, it might be more effective than visiting Guan Xueming. Oh. Why do you say that? Kong Ming quickly asked. Master Ming, your Dr. Kang's medical company, doesn't it work with a lot of hospitals? The First People's Hospital and the Second People's Hospital are the same. Isn't that Guan Axian's father's company? Zhu Xiaozhang interrupted. If that's the case, then Guan Xiaoxiang won't offend you openly because of his business relationship with the Kong family. As long as he agrees for you to interact with Guan Axian, then you'll have achieved your goal. That makes sense. Let's go. Get in the car, we'll follow them and see where they're going. Kong Ming nodded. Guan Xiaoxiang hadn't learned reconnaissance or anti-reconnaissance, so he didn't notice that a Porsche Cayenne was slowly following behind him. He was still chatting with Guan Axian. Axian, are you busy with work? Are you tired? It's all right. Sometimes it's a little tiring, but I like this job. Guan Xian nodded. If you're tired, then come to Dad's company. You can't be a nurse forever, right? Guan Xiaoxiang smiled. He always wanted Guan Xian to come to his company, but Guan Xian didn't agree. No, I want to stay here with Grandpa. Guan Xian shook her head. Guan Xiaoxiang sighed and didn't bring up the topic again. He changed the topic. How's your health? Not bad. Grandpa's been in a good mood because of the company, Guan Xian said. Company? You have to keep an eye on your grandfather for me. He has never done business in his entire life. Don't let him get cheated, or he will lose his reputation. When Guan Xiaoxiang heard about his father starting a company, he was a little displeased. When he first started his business, he wanted to use his father's name as a springboard to achieve some results. Especially that Lin Yi. He's so young, but I don't know what kind of talent he has for your grandfather to praise him so much. However, after he expressed his thoughts, he was sternly rejected by his father. He said that he was afraid that he would be cheated by his friend and that it would affect his reputation. Fortunately, he had the help of a benefactor, so he was able to expand his business. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to marry his girlfriend, Guan Xian's mother. Guan Xian's mother's family was against it. Therefore, every time he thought about this incident, Guan Xiaoxiang always felt like there was a thorn in his heart. Even though it had been a long time since the incident, there was still some estrangement between the father and son. Even though they cared for each other, they were not very close. No, Lin Yi is a good person. He wouldn't lie to Grandpa. Guan Xian subconsciously defended Lin Yi when she heard her father's words. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that she was a little too impatient and blushed. Looking at his daughter's face, Guan Xiaoxiang suddenly frowned. Could it be that his daughter had fallen for Lin Yi? Guan Xiaoxiang didn't continue on this topic. The car slowly drove into Songshan Medical University. Guan Xiaoxiang parked the car in front of his father's villa. Even though the father and son's relationship wasn't very harmonious, Guan Xiaoxiang would still go home to visit Guan Xuemin every time he came back to work. Guan Xuemin's relationship with his son had been like this for the past few years. Now, he was used to it. When he saw his son return, he nodded and didn't say anything. He went back to his study and continued with his work. On the other hand, Guan Xiaoxiang sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted with Guan Xian about the hospital. Kong Mingming followed Guan Xiaoxiang's car all the way to the entrance of Guan Xuemin's villa. In order to pursue Guan Xian, he bought a fake medical university pass so that he could enter and exit the family area. Master Ming, it looks like that person is Guan Xian's father. If he was a driver, he wouldn't be able to enter the villa. Should we go visit him tonight? Wang Shubin asked. Yes, we'll go buy some gifts first, then we'll visit him. Kong Mingming confirmed that the person was Guan Xian's father, Guan Xiaoxiang. He was relieved. Kong Xiaoming carried some famous cigarettes and wine as Wang Shubin pushed him to the front of the villa. He rang the doorbell of Guan Xuemin's house. Zhu Xiaozhang was arranged to stay in the car. With his personality, it wasn't appropriate to bring him in. Mother Lu opened the door and saw Kong Mingming in a wheelchair and Wang Shubin pushing him. She was surprised and asked, "Excuse me, are you here to see Professor Guan?" "No, this young master. I'm Kong Xiaoming, the second grandson of Miracle Dr. Kong of Donghai. I'm here to pay a visit to Guan Xiaoxiang." Kong Xiaoming replied. "Oh, wait a moment, I'll ask for you," Mother Lu nodded. She didn't open the iron gate outside but turned around and went back into the living room. "Mother Lu, who's here?" Guan Xiaoxiang saw that Mother Lu didn't bring anyone in and asked curiously. "Mr. Guan, there's someone who claims to be Donghai Dr. Kang's second grandson, Kong Mingming. He wants to visit you, what do you think?" Mother Lu said. "Oh. Someone from the Kong family. Guan Xiaoxiang was surprised and said, I'll go take a look. Guan Xian's expression changed. She didn't think that Kong Mingming would have the guts to visit. What was he planning? She wanted to tell her father not to go, but her father had already stood up. She stopped herself and thought, let him come in and explain things to him. Guan Xiaoxiang and Mother Lu came to the door and saw Kong Mingming in a wheelchair. He was shocked. He had never seen Kong Mingming before, but he didn't think that Kong Mingming would come in a wheelchair. He couldn't help but ask, You're Kong Mingming. What happened to you? Uncle Guan, hello, I'm Kong Mingming. Kong Mingming saw that Guan Xiaoxiang came to greet him and quickly said, I was hit by something 2 days ago. It's not a big deal, it's just a normal bone fracture. It'll heal soon. Oh. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't ask too much. He opened the iron gate and let Kong Mingming and Wang shoving into the mansion. Kong Mingming. You don't mind me calling you that, right? It's fine, it's fine. Uncle Guan, you can call me Zhao Ming. Kong Mingming said respectfully. He wanted to leave a good impression in front of Guan Xiaoxiang, so he naturally pretended to be a good young man. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Kong Mingming, are you here to visit me? What business do you have with me? Are you here to represent your grandfather, or? Chapter 858. Guan Xian is engaged. Okay, please come in. Even though Guan Xiaoxiang didn't know the purpose of Kong Mingming's visit, he was still a member of Donghai's Kong family. They were in the same line of business, and his company had many collaborations with the Kong family. He didn't want to neglect Kong Mingming. After entering the study, Guan Xiaoxiang sat on the sofa. Kong Mingming was in a wheelchair, so Guan Xiaoxiang didn't bother with pleasantries. He looked at Wang Shubin and asked, This is Uncle Guan, don't worry about him. He's my friend. Just let him stand here. Kong Mingming waved his hand. Okay, then, why are you here? Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't know why Kong Mingming was here, and why was he here to visit him. How did he know that he would come to his father's place tonight? Even though he was confused, he didn't show it on his face. He wanted to hear what Kong Mingming had to say. Uncle Guan, I'm here to visit you because I'm a little embarrassed. Kong Mingming pretended to be simple and honest as he scratched his head. I'm not here on behalf of my grandfather, nor on behalf of Dr. Kang's medical company. I'm here for myself, oh. Guan Xiaoxiang frowned slightly, but he only made a sound of confusion. He didn't ask any more questions. Hee. Uncle Guan, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I have my own difficulties. Kong Mingming was a little embarrassed. A while ago, my leg was broken. When I was in the hospital, it was Miss Guan's meticulous care that allowed me to get out of the hospital so early. Miss Guan's gentleness, beauty, and generosity deeply touched me. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks a fair lady. I really admire Miss Guan, and I want to be friends with her. I hope Uncle Guan won't object. A fair lady seeks a fair lady. You mean, you want to be friends with Guan Xian? Guan Xiaoxiang's frown deepened. You're right, Uncle Guan, but I'm not saying that I'm going to be friends with Guan Xian right away. I just hope that you can give me a chance. If it doesn't work out, I'll leave quietly. Kong Mingming tried his best to make himself look pitiful. He just wanted a chance. With that, and the partnership between the two families, Guan Xiaoxiang would definitely give him face. After he finished speaking, he was waiting for Guan Xiaoxiang to agree, but he didn't expect to be rejected. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. After Guan Xiaoxiang heard Kong Mingming's words, he rejected his suggestion without hesitation. He didn't give him any face at all. Even though Kong Mingming's words were straightforward, he was polite and honest. It made people think that he didn't have any bad intentions. This was something that he had discussed with Wang Shubin. In front of people like Guan Xiaoxiang, the more smooth he acted, the more he wouldn't be liked. So Kong Mingming pretended to be honest. He didn't expect Guan Xiaoxiang to reject him directly. This made Kong Ming dumbfounded. Ah. Kong Mingming couldn't accept it. Why? He said it so well, he just wanted a chance, he didn't want to be with Guan Xan. Why? Thinking about this, Kong Mingming was a little angry. But in order to not anger Guan Xiaoxiang, he suppressed his anger and asked, Uncle Guan, why? Guan Xan isn't young anymore, right? She's at the age to talk about marriage. And me, did I do something to displease you? Please don't hesitate to mention it. If possible, I will change them all. This has nothing to do with you. Guan Xiaoxiang waved his hand. Logically speaking, you are Elder Kang's grandson, my junior. I should be able to give you this chance, but I can't. Why? Because Xan has been engaged since she was young. It's the kind of arranged marriage. This has nothing to do with whether I'm satisfied with you or not. Guan Xan already has a fiancé, how can I let her date you? This is completely unrealistic. Already has a fiancé. Kong Mingming's face turned green. He originally thought that Guan Xiaoxiang had heard of his bad reputation, that's why he rejected him. He didn't think that it was because of this reason. If it was his problem, Kong Mingming had the confidence to solve it. But it was Guan Xian's problem, how could he solve it? Guan Xiaoxiang had already told him clearly that Guan Xian already had a fiancé. No matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. Guan Xiaoxiang had already excluded him. No matter what he said, he wouldn't be able to change Guan Xiaoxiang's mind. Kong Mingming didn't think that Guan Xiaoxiang was lying to him on purpose. There was no need to lie about this kind of thing. With Guan Xiaoxiang's status, he didn't need to find an excuse to beat around the bush. House Kong wasn't a noble house yet, it was normal for Guan Xiaoxiang to not give him face. So Guan Xiaoxiang's words convinced Kong Mingming, and made him completely give up. She already has a fiancé. No matter what, there was no way Guan Xian could be with him. Kong Mingming sighed and said helplessly, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother Uncle Guan. Kong Mingming, you are Elder Kang's grandson. You were born in a medical family. You are also very outstanding. Don't you have to hang yourself for this tree? Xan is already engaged. This can't be changed. I hope you can get over it. Guan Xiaoxiang tried to persuade him. After all, Kong Mingming was Dr. Kang's grandson. Guan Xiaoxiang would still give him some face. Kong Xiaoming listened to Guan Xiaoxiang's comforting words, and believed them even more. However, the evil thoughts in his mind suddenly sprouted, and his eyes lit up. He pretended to be curious. I heard that Guan Xian is quite close with someone called Lin Yi. Could he be Guan Xian's fiancé? Kong Mingming knew that Lin Yi couldn't be Guan Xian's fiancé, but he purposely said it to sow discord. Oh. Lin Yi. Guan Xiaoxiang's face was a little displeased. Lin Yi again. Was there really something between Guan Xian and Lin Yi? However, in front of Kong Mingming, Guan Xiaoxiang naturally wouldn't say anything about his daughter. He only said indifferently, you don't have to worry about that. Kong Mingming laughed coldly in his heart. Lin Yi. That's what you get for offending me. If I can't get a girl, don't even think about it. Humph. He didn't show it on his face. All right, Uncle Guan. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Then I won't be sending you off. Take care. Guan Xiaoxiang knew why Kong Mingming was here, so he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Chapter 859. She had to marry even if she didn't want to. The housekeeper, Nanny Lu, spent most of her time with Guan Xian and Guan Xuemin. Even though she was close to Guan Xiaoxiang when he was younger, they were still distant now. She turned a blind eye to Guan Xian's eavesdropping. When Guan Xian heard Kong Mingming tell her father that he wanted to be friends with her heart skipped a beat. She was afraid that her father would mistake Kong Mingming for a handsome young man and agree to date her. Fortunately, her father was wise enough to reject Kong Mingming. But her father's reason was so strange. He said that she had a fiancé, and that they were betrothed before they were born. Was there still such a thing as a prenatal betrothal in today's society? Wasn't this too strange? She didn't expect her father, who looked so old-fashioned, to have such a clever and eccentric side. Guan Xian thought it was funny. However, what made her happiest was that Kong Xiaoming actually believed her father's words and decided to give up on pursuing her. What an idiot! In fact, Guan Xian was wrong. In a big family like Kong Mingming, it was natural for the parents to make the decision. Just like the marriage between her brother and the Xiao family's Wang Xinyan, it was decided by the elders. Once it was decided, the younger generation couldn't change it. So Kong Mingming thought that Guan Xian was the same. So no matter what he did, he couldn't change it. He could only give up. When she heard that Kong Xiaoming was coming out, Guan Xian quickly sat on the sofa and pretended to watch TV as if nothing had happened. Kong Xiaoming opened the study room door and was pushed out by Wang Shubin. He looked at Guan Xian, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and sighed helplessly. He knew that Guan Xian was a girl from a wealthy family. Since she was already engaged, how could she still be friends with him? So he didn't even bother to say anything. To him, if he couldn't get a girl, it didn't matter how pretty she was. So he asked Wang Shubin to push him out of Guan Shuamin's mansion and left the place with his tail between his legs. Guan Xian, on the other hand, blushed when she saw her father walk out of the study. She had eavesdropped on his conversation with Kong Mingming after all. It wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't something to be proud of. Guan Xian felt a little embarrassed when she saw her father looking at her. She hadn't done anything bad, so she took the initiative to admit what she'd done. "Dad, that Kong Mingming was lying, I didn't nurse him." "Oh. Did you hear everything?" Guan Xiaoxiang didn't expect his daughter to eavesdrop. Seeing her blushing face, he nodded in understanding. This person doesn't look like a good person. Don't come into contact with him in the future. I know, I don't even talk to him. Guan Xian said. He's the one who keeps pestering me, and that Lin Yi, you need to stay away from him in the future. Don't get too close to him. You are a girl, you need to take care of your reputation. Guan Xiaoxiang thought of Lin Yi and added. He had always been biased against Lin Yi. Ever since Lin Yi and Guan Shuamin formed the company, Guan Xiaoxiang hated Lin Yi a little. Ah. Lin Yi is a good person, he's not a bad person. He's different from Kong Mingming. Guan Xian froze and shook her head. She didn't understand why her father wouldn't let go of Lin Yi. I told you, you are a girl, you need to watch your image. Guan Xiaoxiang said seriously. Plus, you have an engagement. If any rumors spread, it won't be good for your reputation. It was the first time Guan Xiaoxiang used such a strict and unquestionable tone to talk to Guan Xian. Ah. Guan Xian froze and looked at Guan Xiaoxiang suspiciously. Dad, what engagement are you talking about? Isn't that an excuse to trick Kong Mingming into giving up? How did I get engaged? That's not an excuse. Guan Xiaoxiang waved his hand. Xian, you're not young anymore. It's time to tell you about this. Actually, before you were born, your mom and I had arranged a marriage for you. Now that you're all grown up, it's fine to tell you about this. How can I do that? Guan Xian didn't know what to do after listening to her father's words. The news was too shocking for her. She never thought that she was already engaged, and now she had a fiancé out of nowhere. Why not? It's always been like this since ancient times. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't think that his usually docile daughter would question him. His brows furrowed even deeper. Could there really be something going on between his daughter and that Lin Yi? Dad, what era is this? Why do we have to arrange a marriage? I've never even met the person you're talking about, how can I marry him? Plus, it's been so many years, how can it still count? Can you reject it for me? Guan Axan couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept it. Reject what? You can't reject it. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't give her any leeway. You have to marry him in the future. No one can change that. I'm not marrying him. This was the first time that Guan Axan, who had always been a good girl, vehemently refuted her father's suggestion. This was related to her lifelong happiness. How could she compromise? You have to marry him even if you don't want to. Guan Xiaoxiang snorted coldly. He was getting a little angry. I'm in charge of this. Whatever you say is useless. Why should I? I've never met him, I don't even know what he looks like or what he does. Why should I marry him? Guan Xian's eyes widened. I'm not marrying him. I don't even like him. If you don't like him, then who do you like? Guan Xiaoxiang retorted. I just don't like him. Guan Xian almost spilled the beans. She blushed and stopped herself. You like that Lin Yi, don't you? Guan Xiaoxiang, of course, knew what his daughter was thinking. You should cut all ties with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll find someone to break his legs. Your mother and I agreed on your marriage. I owe him a lot. My career today was all given to me by his elders. I, Guan Xiaoxiang, am not someone who goes back on his word. It's good if you've thought it through. Even if you don't, you still have to marry him. With that, Guan Xiaoxiang ignored Guan Axan. He stood up and strode out of the villa. Chapter 860. Guan Xueming, but Guan Axan was afraid that her father would do something to hurt Lin Yi in a fit of rage. She didn't know what to do. Lin Yi had nothing to do with this, but he was dragged into this. Guan Xueming heard the argument downstairs and came downstairs to see Guan Axan crying on the sofa. He paused for a moment before asking, Axan, what's wrong? Why are you crying here? Where's your dad? Grandpa. Guan Axan cried even more fiercely when she saw her grandpa. She'd never felt so wrong before. She couldn't understand how her father could interfere with her marriage, forcing her to marry someone she didn't even know. All right, don't cry. Tell Grandpa what happened first. Is there anything you can't solve? Why are you crying so hard? Guan Xueming didn't know what was wrong with Guan Axan. He sat on the sofa and patted his granddaughter's shoulder. Grandpa, my dad said that he'd arranged for me to marry someone I've never met before. Guan Axan told her grandpa what had happened. Nonsense. Guan Xueming slammed the table. This Guan Xiaoxiang is getting more and more unruly. How can he just decide something like this? Don't worry, Axan, Grandpa will help you. Without me, no one will be able to do anything. I'll call your dad right now. Guan Xueming was furious as well. He was an upright man, but he wasn't one to be inflexible. So when he heard that Guan Xiaoxiang was going to arrange for Guan Axan's marriage, he was furious. Plus, his grandson-in-law was Lin Yi, so he couldn't just let Guan Xiaoxiang marry Guan Axan off. You little bastard, what did you say to Axan? You made my precious granddaughter cry. What's wrong with you, kid? Arranged marriage. I'm telling you, you'd better cancel this engagement as soon as possible. Don't even think about it. Guan Xueming dialed the number and started scolding him. Guan Xiaoxiang froze. His dad hadn't yelled at him like this ever since they'd gotten into a conflict over him starting a company. This made him feel like he had done something wrong when he was young and was scolded by his father. He didn't dare to disobey his father, however, he really couldn't make the decision for the matter that his father mentioned. This was the marriage agreement that he and his wife had made with that nobleman. How could he unilaterally renege on it? Thinking about how much that person had done for him in the past, how great of a favor was that person? If it weren't for his investment and connections, how could he have achieved the results he had today? Can I get the approval of my future father-in-law? He was not an ungrateful person, so for a moment, Guan Shaoxiang was in a dilemma. Guan Shaoxiang had been in a cold war with his father for so many years, and he knew that the fact that his father was angry at him for Guan Xian's sake meant that their relationship had improved. If he compromised, then the relationship between father and son would definitely become better. However, could he compromise? It was impossible for him to break his promise with that person. Unless that person broke the contract, Guan Shaoxiang would never do such an ungrateful thing. Thinking of this, Guan Shaoxiang could only smile bitterly. He couldn't be loyal and righteous at the same time. What could he do? He didn't want to use this opportunity to ease his relationship with his father to anger him again, but he also couldn't break the marriage agreement. Dad, I can listen to you on other things, but this, I really can't change it. This was an agreement I made with that nobleman, and you know him. Guan Shaoxiang sighed. How can I break the marriage agreement? But have you ever thought about Xian's happiness? If that's the case, then when that person comes, let him come to me. Just say that I broke the marriage agreement. Guan Shuimin was so angry that he laughed. He helped you before, and I even helped his wife cure her leg. If he doesn't want to, then he can come to me. If you let Xian get married again, then I'll make sure that she and you are no longer father and son. I'll make her have a cold war with you, just like how you and I did back then. With that, Guan Shuimin hung up the phone with a paw sound, ignoring Guan Shaoxiang's words. Holding the phone, Guan Shaoxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what to say. His father actually used what he did back then to threaten him. However, at least his father took over the matter, and promised that if there were any problems, he would let that nobleman go to him. This lessened the pressure on Guan Shaoxiang, but he still didn't want to go back on his word. Regarding this matter, it seemed that he could only slowly convince his father. Now that his father was in a fit of anger, if he called him again to talk about this matter, it would undoubtedly make the already tense relationship between father and son even more tense. This was not what Guan Shaoxiang wanted to see. Guan Shuimin hung up the phone. On the other side, Guan Xian was also smiling through her tears. Seeing how her grandfather stood up for her, Guan Xian felt that her father would definitely compromise. Yes, if it really didn't work, then she would be like her grandfather, like her father did when he was young, and have a cold war with him. Let's see what he could do to her. If she didn't marry, even if he beat her to death, it would be useless. Xian, are you happy now? Grandpa is on your side. Don't worry, as long as Grandpa doesn't agree, no one can marry you off. Guan Shuimin could still make this decision. Thank you, Grandpa. Guan Xian smiled happily. What are you thanking me for? Okay, go wash your face. Auntie Lu is about to make dinner, let's go eat something. Guan Shuimin smiled and nodded. Guan Xian happily ran to wash her face. She didn't know that her father still hadn't given up on this matter. Kong Mingming came out of Guan Xian's house and got into the car with a bitter face. Zhu Xiaozhang, who was staying in the car, saw Kong Mingming come out with a bitter face. He was confused. Master Ming, what's wrong? What's wrong? Guan Xian's father doesn't approve of you two dating. Ah, don't mention it. It's a long story. Kong Mingming felt that his time and money were all wasted. The worst part was that he broke his leg and gave Xiaofan hundreds of thousands for nothing. What a big loss. Let me say it. Wang Shubin looked at Zhu Xiaozhang and explained, Guan Xian is already engaged to a husband. It was a marriage agreement made when she was young. This can't be changed, so Guan Xiaoxiang definitely won't let Master Ming and Guan Xian see each other. With the marriage agreement, Guan Xian can't be friends with Master Ming. For the sake of her future reputation, she can't do anything that will damage her reputation. So Guan Xiaoxiang has no chance with Guan Xian. Chapter 861. Meeting at the school gate, of course it's all wasted. Kong Ming waved his hand in annoyance. It's fine if it's wasted, but the problem is, I can't get Guan Xian, and I can't get the formula. My family is really pressuring me, and my plan has failed. Kong Ming was very worried that his position in the Kong family would be lost. Even if he told his family the truth, they might not blame him. After all, it wasn't that he didn't work hard, it was that he couldn't achieve it no matter how hard he tried. Guan Xian was already engaged to someone else. Even if Kong Ming was the reincarnation of Panan, she wouldn't be able to break the engagement and get together with him, right? But what Kong Ming was afraid of was that even though he wasn't the one responsible for this, he was still responsible for the fact that he didn't investigate thoroughly. If he had found out that Guan Xian was engaged, then he wouldn't need to spend so much effort to pursue her. Wasn't this a waste of time? As Kong Ming's underling, Wang Shubin was also very worried. They were bound together for good or for ill. He understood that without the skin, where would the hair attach? If Kong Ming's position in the Kong family was gone, and his prestige was gone, how could his two underlings have a good life? So it was Wang Shubin's job to solve Kong Ming's problems. When he heard Guan Xiaoxiang reject Kong Ming, he started to think about the next step. Master Ming, since this path is not working, then we won't go. Won't go. How am I going to explain this to my family? I said that I could definitely get Guan Xian. Kong Ming said angrily, but who knew she was engaged? I can't explain this to my family, doesn't that make me look useless? Of course not. Wang Shubin waved his hand, Master Ming, if you look at it from another angle, then it'll be much easier. Actually, pursuing Guan Xian wasn't your main goal. Your main goal was to get the formula. If you hadn't pursued Guan Xian and gotten the formula, wouldn't you have completed your mission as well? I think Dr. Kong cares about the prescription, not Guan Xian. That's right. But, if I don't get Guan Xian, where am I going to get the prescription? Kong Ming thought that Wang Shubing's words made sense, but he couldn't figure it out. There are many ways to get the recipe. Steal, rob, threaten, etc. We don't have to start with Guan Xian. We can still get it from other people in Miracle Dr. Guan's company. Wang Shubing said, I heard that your brother, Kong Xiaobo, is also the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Yeah, I get angry when I talk about this. Kong Xiaobo actually became a vice president. He's even more powerful than me. I'm so mad. He's just a relative of the Kong family, but he's doing better than me. Kong Ming thought of Kong Xiaobo and felt angry. The news of Kong Xiaobo becoming the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company wasn't a secret. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company had already announced it to the media. Master Ming, as the saying goes, when there's a war, blood brothers go to war. Wang Shubin said, think about it. You and Kong Xiaobo are cousins. Although he's the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, I don't think he's earning much money, right? I think you can go find Kong Xiaobo. After all, he's a member of the Kong family. You can reason with him, move his emotions, and promise him a lot of money. It shouldn't be hard to get the prescription from him. Kong Xiaobo knows the prescription of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. That's impossible. Although he's the vice president, this prescription should only be known by guanshuamine and fatty lye, right? Kong Ming wasn't stupid. He shook his head and said, Master Ming, your priority right now isn't to find the prescription of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. That can wait. Did you forget about the new mission that Kong Xiaolong gave you? He wants you to get the prescription of Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine and the source of the raw materials. Wang Shubin said, as long as you find these two things, it'll be a great achievement. As for the prescription of the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, we'll think about it slowly. Oh, that's true. The injury medicine isn't that important. Kong Xiaobo should know the prescription and the source of the raw materials. Kong Mingming nodded and said, if that's the case, there's a way. Tomorrow, I'll go find Kong Xiaobo and have a good talk with him. I'll get the prescription and the source of the raw materials from him. Master Ming, you have to remember two things. One is to play the family card. You have to let Kong Xiaobo know that the rise and fall of House Kong is the responsibility of every member of House Kong. You can give him some benefits. For example, after you take control of House Kong, give him some shares of Dr. Kang's medical company. Anyway, this is all nonsense. You don't know when you'll be able to take control of House Kong. Wang Shubin said, other than that, you have to give him some benefits that he can see right now. Didn't you give Xiaofan a sum of money before? You can say that you did it because of Kong Mingming. This time, you have to give Kong Mingming some more money. Otherwise, he won't cooperate if he can't see the benefits. Yes, what you said makes sense. Kong Mingming nodded, I got it. Shubin, you really are the brains. I thought there was no other way and I was going to go home with my tail between my legs. I didn't expect you to have so many ideas. Hee, it's my responsibility to come up with ideas for Master Ming. Wang Shubin smiled proudly. The next afternoon, Kong Mingming carried a black leather suitcase with 300,000 yuan and went to visit Kong Xiaobo. Kong Xiaobo would go to Dr. Kang's medical company every afternoon. He had already told his homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu. Seeing that Kong Xiaobo had such a good future, Teacher Lu naturally wouldn't stop him. What was the purpose of going to university? Wasn't it to learn some skills and get a diploma to find a good job? Now that Kong Xiaobo had passed this step and found a good job, the homeroom teacher, Teacher Lu naturally wouldn't say anything. Kong Mingming already knew Kong Xiaobo's daily schedule. When Kong Xiaobo left school at noon, Kong Mingming stuck his head out of the Porsche Cayenne's rear window, bro. Here. At first, Kong Xiaobo didn't think the voice was calling him. Although it was familiar, who would come to his school and call him bro? So he didn't pay attention. However, the voice called again, Xiaobo, here. Chapter 862. The Omnipresent Lin Yi, Kong Mingming. What's the matter? But even so, Kong Xiaobo wasn't afraid of Kong Mingming. The two of them had already fallen out on the day of the banquet. There was nothing to worry about anymore. Kong Xiaobo called Kong Mingming by his name. Hey, little brother, why are you still so distant from me, your cousin? You still call me Kong Mingming, you should call me second cousin. Kong Mingming said with a smile. Ha! Kong Xiaobo was stunned after hearing Kong Mingming's words. What did Kong Mingming mean? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Bro, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. We haven't seen each other in a long time, right? Kong Mingming waved at Kong Xiaobo. He purposely let Zhu Xiaozhang drive. Wang Shubin sat in the front passenger seat, and left a seat for Kong Xiaobo in the back. Kong Mingming, what do you want? Kong Xiaobo frowned. Long time no see. Didn't I see you giving money to Xiaofan a few days ago? Xiaobo, you're still wary of your cousin. I came here today to apologize to you. I was young and didn't know any better. I did some things that angered even the gods. I hope you can forgive me. Kong Ming Ming said it in a nice way so that Kong Xiaobo could get close to him. At that moment, Lin Yi and Tang Yun walked out of the school holding hands. They saw Kong Xiaobo talking to Kong Ming Ming with a wary face. They felt it was strange and asked, "Xiaobo, what are you doing?" "Boss." Kong Xiaobo was overjoyed when he saw Lin Yi. He didn't know what Kong Ming Ming was trying to do. He didn't want to talk to Kong Ming Ming. First, how did Kong Ming Ming treat Kong Xiaobo? How could Kong Xiaobo not hate him? Second, he used to play with Kong Xiaobo's girlfriend, Xiaofan, and hurt her. Kong Xiaobo not scolding him was already giving Kong Ming Ming face. Kong Ming Ming naturally didn't know that Lin Yi was the manager of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Until now, House Kong still thought that Xuemin was the manager of the company. As for Lin Yi, he was just a bystander. As for Kong Xiaobo being able to enter Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, Kong Ming didn't think it was because of Lin Yi. From his point of view, Kong Xiaobo must have given Xuemin the Golden Creation Medicines formula in exchange for the position of vice president. In reality, Lin Yi always gave the same impression to his enemies. He was harmless, as if he was everywhere, but no one knew of his existence. So Kong Ming Ming didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes. He didn't care about what he said or did. He still urged, "Xiaobo, get in the car. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's find a place to eat." "Boss, this." Kong Xiaobo was someone who listened to Lin Yi. He always followed Lin Yi's lead. If Lin Yi didn't come, he definitely wouldn't continue talking to Kong Ming Ming. He would have turned around and left. But now that Lin Yi was here, he needed Lin Yi to make the decision. Since Kong Ming Ming is treating, there's no harm in going. "Let's go and have a look," Lin Yi shrugged. He wanted to see what this Kong Ming Ming would come up with. "Boss, will you come with me?" Kong Xiaobo hesitated and asked. "Ask your cousin if he agrees." Lin Yi asked with a smile. Kong Xiaobo and Lin Yi didn't deliberately avoid Kong Ming Ming when they talked, so Kong Ming Ming heard everything they said. Kong Ming Ming was anxious to find Kong Xiaobo to get the prescription. Seeing that Kong Xiaobo was very obedient to Lin Yi, he planned to invite Lin Yi along. Last time when Xiaofan took his money, Lin Yi was also present. So Kong Ming Ming felt that Lin Yi wasn't a righteous person. At the very least, he was greedy. So he didn't need to hide this matter from Lin Yi. As long as there were benefits, Lin Yi would let Kong Xiaobo take it. So before Kong Xiaobo asked, Kong Ming said first, "Lin Yi, right? We're friends, and we've met a few times. Let's have a meal together." Kong Ming Ming didn't pursue Guan Xan anymore, so his hatred for Lin Yi had faded a lot. Especially after Guan Xiaosheng silently tricked Lin Yi last night, it let Kong Ming Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the two of them didn't have any conflicts of interest, Kong Ming Ming didn't mind having Lin Yi with them. "You guys go, I won't be going." Tang Yun knew that Lin Yi had something to do, so she let go of Lin Yi's hand and said to Lin Yi, "It's okay, let's go together." Lin Yi looked at Kong Ming Ming and said, "Let one of your people get down and follow us in a taxi. I have 3 people, your car won't be able to fit." Kong Ming Ming was so angry that his teeth itched. Wasn't this bullying? I'm treating you guys to a meal, and you want to let my people get down. However, he wanted to please Kong Xiaobo and get the prescription and raw materials from him. He couldn't afford to offend Lin Yi. Thus, Kong Xiaoming's expression changed again and again. He said to Wang Shubin in annoyance, "Shubin, help me sit in the front passenger seat. Then, you sit in the taxi and follow us." Kong Ming Ming sat in the front passenger seat, Lin Yi, Tang Yun, and Kong Xiaobo sat in the back seat of the Porsche Cayenne. Kong Ming Ming told Zhu Xiaozhang to find a high-class hotel, then they went into a private room. Kong Xiaobo had Lin Yi by his side, so he wasn't afraid of Kong Ming Ming. Since he was already here, he didn't care about Kong Ming Ming. However, Kong Ming Ming was here to please Kong Xiaobo, so he didn't mind. Xiaobo, I heard that you are the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Kong Xiaoming asked casually after Xiaobo had ordered a couple more dishes before sending the waiter away. What's your order? Yes, Kong Xiaobo didn't know what Kong Ming Ming meant, so he answered with one sentence. Lin Yi and Tang Yun stood at the side, as if it had nothing to do with them. Lin Yi snatched the teapot that Kong Ming Ming was about to take and poured a cup of water for Tang Yun. Do you want some water? Tang Yun was a little nervous at first. She didn't like Kong Ming Ming. Whenever she saw him, she would think of the miserable Xiao Fen, but now that Lin Yi was by her side, she felt more at ease. Tang Yun held the cup and sipped the tea. Suddenly, she realized that Lin Yi was staring at her, and her face blushed. Chapter 863. Chapter 862, Strange meal. There were no enemies or small fries, and it made Lin Yi feel that his days were very leisurely. Lin Yi didn't know if this was a good thing. Was it really peaceful, and everything was over, or was it just the calm before the storm? From the looks of it, the latter was more likely. Yu Kuan was crippled by him, and it was impossible for House Yu to not do anything. Perhaps they were planning something. As for the others, didn't Kong Ming Ming come knocking on his door? Lin Yi never believed that a bad person could become a good person without any signs. There was no turning point. Could it be that he had an epiphany? Kong Ming Ming was like that. His attitude changed for the better, and it made Lin Yi feel that he must have some ulterior motives. So, Lin Yi didn't put him in his eyes. He did whatever he wanted during the meal, and it made Kong Ming Ming speechless. Kong Ming Ming, who didn't manage to get the tea, could only retract his hand. His legs weren't working, and he couldn't stand up. Lin Yi put the teapot far away, and he couldn't reach it. Ahem, Xiaobo, you are a member of House Kong, and we are a medical family. If you want to be a vice chairman, you should come to our Dr. Kong Medical Company. Why would you go to an outsider's company? Wouldn't it be a loss of face for House Kong? Kong Xiaoming coughed twice and continued. Oh. House Kong. Kong Xiaobo smiled coldly. What do I have to do with House Kong? Other than my surname, when did you think of me? Why, are you here to arrange a vice chairman position for me in Dr. Kong Medical Company? This. Not to mention a vice chairman, even a shareholder is not a problem. Kong Ming Ming laughed. Isn't Grandpa in power now? When I'm in power, I'll definitely give you a share of Dr. Kang's shares and let you become a shareholder of Dr. Kang's medical company. No matter what, you are a member of the Kong family. How could they mistreat you? Oh, I'll have to thank you then. You invited me here just for this. Xiaobo didn't believe that Kong Xiaoming would call him over just for this kind of bullshit. Give me shares. He didn't believe that Kong Ming Ming would give him any shares, unless the sun rose from the west. Let's eat first. Kong Ming Ming laughed, then pretended as if nothing had happened. He said to Zhu Xiaozhang, go take a look. Why aren't the dishes being served yet? As they were talking, the waiter knocked on the door and came in with the dishes. Soon, the dishes were placed on the table. The speed here was quite good. Lin Yi didn't care about Kong Ming Ming, Zhu Xiaozhang, and Wang Shubing at all. He started eating when the dishes were served. He even put food in Tang Yun's bowl from time to time. Lin Yi didn't care about anything, but Tang Yun was a bit embarrassed. After all, she was a girl. She didn't have a good relationship with these people, so she was a bit shy. Zhao Ming frowned as he watched Lin Yi gobble down the food without a care in the world. He wasn't happy, but he couldn't say it aloud. He was hoping that Lin Yi would be able to talk Xiaobo out of it, so he held it in for now. Xiaobo, I heard that the main product of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company is also a golden creation. Is it similar to our Dr. Kang's golden creation? Kong Mingming pretended as if nothing had happened and asked casually. Yes, Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. Kong Xiaobo didn't know what Kong Mingming wanted to do, so he didn't say much. He answered whatever he asked. It wasn't a secret anyway, so there was no need to hide it. Oh, in terms of effect, it is similar to Dr. Kang's golden creation. Kong Mingming continued to ask. It should be, Kong Xiaobo said. Hee, if that's the case, I wonder where Miracle Dr. Guan's medicine company got their prescription from. Ha, do you know? Kong Xiaoming finally revealed his purpose step by step. Kong Xiaobo wasn't stupid. After hearing Kong Mingming's words, he was a little angry. Kong Mingming was obviously hinting that Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine came from Kong Xiaobo. In an instant, Kong Xiaobo understood. Kong Ming's purpose of inviting him to dinner was probably to find out if he was the one who gave out Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. But not only him, even his grandfather hadn't seen the injury medicine. How could he give it to someone else? So, Kong Xiaobo said coldly, how would I know? Ha, if you don't know then you don't know. Don't be angry. Kong Mingming saw that Kong Xiaobo was angry and quickly tried to calm him down. Why should I be angry? Kong Xiaobo said indifferently. He looked at Lin Yi to see what he had to say. But when he saw that Lin Yi was still eating happily, Kong Xiaobo felt relieved. Forget it, Xiaobo. Since we are all from the Kong family, let's not beat around the bush. Brother, can you get me a Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine? Kong Mingming saw that Kong Xiaobo wasn't cooperating. His sweet words didn't have any effect on him. He was anxious and decided to say his purpose directly. Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. What do you want it for? Kong Xiaobo was stunned. Don't you have Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine? Ha, just for reference. The more the better. Kong Mingming smiled. How about it? As the vice president of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, you should be able to get this medicine, right? Of course, although we are all from the Kong family, as the saying goes, blood brothers should be fair. I won't let you do it for free. Shubin. At this time, Wang Shubing took out a black leather suitcase and placed it on the table. Then, he opened it. It was a suitcase full of cash. It was dazzling. The reason why Kong Mingming didn't use a card but cash was because the visual impact of cash was far greater than a bank card. He wanted Kong Xiaobo to accept this suitcase of cash under the impulse of desire. What do you mean? Kong Xiaobo frowned. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted by a suitcase of cash in front of him. But Kong Xiaobo was a man of principle. He wouldn't betray the company for a suitcase of cash. Not to mention, Lin Yi was sitting next to him. Even if Lin Yi wasn't here, he wouldn't accept the money. So he thought that Kong Mingming used the wrong method. Chapter 864. Another scam. Kong Xiaobo was about to refuse, but Lin Yi spoke first. 300,000, Xiaobo, take it. Since it's your cousin's goodwill, there's no reason for you to refuse. Lin Yi stood up and took the money box in front of Kong Mingming. Kong Mingming was overjoyed. This Lin Yi wasn't that annoying after all. He didn't come here to eat and drink for free. He was very useful at the crucial moment. He's greedy, but that's good. I like greedy people. With Lin Yi by Kong Xiaobo's side, things will be much smoother. Yeah, the Lin brothers are right. There's no reason to refuse such a large sum of money. Kong Mingming agreed with a smile. He didn't say the last part of the sentence, which was that he was taking someone's money to get rid of a disaster for them. Kong Xiaobo was stunned by Lin Yi's action. Why was Lin Yi asking him to take the money? Wasn't that the same as giving the prescription to Kong Mingming? He looked at Lin Yi with uncertainty. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he was afraid that Lin Yi's plan would be ruined by him. Xiaobo, isn't it just a prescription? As the vice president of the company, you should have access to these core secrets. Why don't you just give the prescription to your cousin? Lin Yi gave Kong Xiaobo a look and continued, as for the source of the raw materials, I'm afraid it's not that easy to find out. But try your best. Yeah. Let's get the prescription first. Kong Mingming didn't insist. As long as he got something first, he would have the evidence of Kong Xiaobo accepting bribes. Then, he could get any information he wanted. The prescription, of course. Lin Yi patted his chest and promised, right, Xiaobo? This, yes. Kong Xiaobo saw that Lin Yi had already agreed. How could he refuse? Although he didn't know what Lin Yi wanted, he could only cooperate with Lin Yi. Kong Mingming didn't expect to achieve his goals so easily. He was elated. During dinner, he didn't talk much with Kong Xiaobo. He agreed that if Kong Xiaobo succeeded, he would call him directly. Kong Mingming and the others left the restaurant. Kong Xiaobo, who was carrying a box of money, was still confused. Boss, what's the meaning of this? They want the prescription. Do we give it to them? Of course we have to. Otherwise, they would have wasted 300,000, Lin Yi smiled, but you don't have to steal it. I'll write one for you. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the flyer he got from the restaurant and wrote a prescription for Kong Xiaobo in the blank space. I'll give it to you. Just call Kong Mingming when the time comes. This is the real prescription. Kong Xiaobo was in disbelief. He knew a little about Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. He heard that the prescription was different from Dr. Kang's. Not only did it lower the cost, but it was also more effective than Dr. Kang's. Lin Yi gave the prescription to Kong Mingming. Didn't that mean he was giving away the benefits to others? Of course it's the real prescription. Lin Yi nodded, but he smiled, but this prescription is Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine. Didn't he suspect that you know their prescription? That's perfect. We'll just use this prescription to fool them. Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine prescription. Boss, how do you have it? Kong Xiaobo was shocked. I've seen Dr. Kang's golden creation medicine before. It should be this old prescription, but a lot of the ingredients are expensive. The cost is too high, so I changed some of them. Not only did I save on the cost, but the effect was also stronger. Lin Yi shrugged, now we're just returning the old prescription to them. They already have a prescription for 300,000. Isn't that worth it? That's a good deal. Kong Xiaobo finally understood Lin Yi's intention. Boss, you're the best. You just casually scammed another 300,000 from Kong Mingming. That's so satisfying. Kong Xiaobo hated Kong Mingming. It wasn't just a day. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, he wouldn't have sat at the same table with Kong Mingming. He had been wondering why Lin Yi did this. Now he knew that Kong Ming was scammed by Lin Yi again. I wasn't planning on screwing him over, I just wanted to see what he was up to. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. But since he's giving us 300,000, there's no reason for us to reject it. That's true. I was scared to death. I thought he sold the prescription for 300,000. My heart almost exploded. Kong Xiaobo let out a sigh of relief. Boss, I'll give you the money. I'm going to the slums to pick up Xiaofan and bring her to the company. Recently, Kong Xiaobo went to the company to learn from Fatty Lai and Fatty Lai's friends. Although Kong Xiaobo had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge, it was just an armchair strategist without any practical application. So, Kong Xiaobo treasured this internship opportunity. Xiaofan was the same, but her legs weren't very convenient. So, she naturally walked with Kong Xiaobo every day. Xiaofan's house was demolished. Her mother rented a house near the new house. Once the house was renovated, she could move in. Take this money. Get a driver's license and buy a car. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for you to take care of Xiaofan every day. Use the rest of the money to buy some home appliances for Xiaofan. 300,000 was nothing to Lin Yi. Naturally, he wouldn't carry a suitcase of money back to school. This. How can I do that? Kong Xiaobo was shocked. He never thought that the money would be given to him. Although Lin Yi worked under him, Kong Xiaobo knew his own limits. He didn't think about the money. So, when he left, he proposed to return the money to Lin Yi. He just didn't expect Lin Yi to give the money to him. There's nothing wrong with it. Just take it. Lin Yi patted Kong Xiaobo's shoulder and waved his hand. Lin Yi was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He was good to his friends and bad to his enemies. Even if his enemies didn't provoke him, Lin Yi would beat them up whenever he had the chance. For example, just now, Kong Mingming lost 300,000 for no reason. Although Kong Xiaobo didn't help Lin Yi much, Lin Yi didn't care. When Zhong Pingliang came to his door, Kong Xiaobo's sacrifice was enough to make Lin Yi look at him in a different light. Friendship wasn't about taking things from each other. So, Lin Yi wouldn't ignore Kong Xiaobo just because he couldn't help him. Chapter 865. Cured, sick again. Dajo spent money like water these days. He spent more than 10 million to treat Jining Jun at Yaowang's place. Although his crooked mouth, lame feet, and the diseases that were transferred to his hands and ears were also cured, Jining Jun's body had other diseases. Impotence. After Jining Jun's hands and ears were healed, Dajo brought him to a massage center to celebrate his recovery. He wanted to wash away his bad luck, but during the massage, he ordered a prostitute out of interest. Sadly, he became a living eunuch. After taking a few Viagra, it didn't work. Jining Jun panicked and couldn't care less. He stumbled to the door of his father's room next door. Jining Jun called a prostitute. How could Dajo just wait there like an idiot? He naturally ordered a prostitute as well. After entering the room, he was having fun when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He jumped in fright and almost had a heart attack. This massage center was managed by Tsihua and he was the one who introduced them to this place. It was said to be very safe and he didn't expect to be disturbed. Dajo put on a bathrobe and opened the door while cursing. Who is it? Dad, it's me, I'm Jun. Jining Jun knocked on the door anxiously. Dajo was a little nervous when he thought it was the police or his enemies, but when he heard it was his son, Jining Jun, he was enraged. You little bastard, I can't get up now. Knock my kidney, what's wrong? Ha! Jining Jun froze and said in fear, Dad, you can't get it up too. No way. It's all because you scared me. Dajo frowned and suddenly froze. What? You can't get it up too? Yeah, Dad, I can't get it up, what should I do? Jining Jun's voice sounded like he was about to cry. I've taken 3 Viagra but it's useless, it suddenly doesn't work. Dajo jumped in fright and immediately lost the desire to play with Mississippi. His lust also dissipated. He quickly opened the door and let Jining Jun in. He asked anxiously, really? What is going on? I know, but there's no reaction. Jining Jun cried as if his father had just died. Dad, am I crippled now? Dajo only had one son and he was counting on him to carry on the family line. Hearing Jining Jun's words, a huge blister appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, are you sure you have no reaction? Yeah, I'm sure. Jining Jun nodded. Look, I'm like this right now. Jining Jun didn't care that there was a prostitute in the room. He took off his bathrobe and showed it to Dajo. Dajo was a little anxious. He pointed at the lady in the room and said, Get out first. This is your money. Don't say anything about this. As he spoke, Zhendazhou gave the lady a bunch of money and sent her away. The lady knew that something big happened to Zhenjun and his son and didn't dare to say anything. She took the money and quickly nodded before leaving the room. In June, when did this start? Were there any signs before? Zhendazhou asked carefully. No, Dad, you know that I've been sick for a while. I didn't touch any women, but when I came here today, I realized something was wrong. Zhenjun said, it was still working before. Before we came to Songshan, I went to look for my little lover. So it happened after you got sick. Could there be any side effects? Zhendazhou could only think of this possibility. It's possible. Dad, let's go look for Zhao Yaowang. He's amazing at bringing people back to life. He must have a solution. Zhenjun listened to his father's analysis and thought that it was possible. Other than Sequela, there was no other possibility. The two of them thought about it and quickly put on their clothes. They left the medical center and rushed to the floating cloud bar. In the floating cloud bar, Zhao Qibing looked at the money on the deposit receipt and was overjoyed. Wahahaha, I'm such a genius. I thought of such a genius idea. I didn't think that Zhenjun, that idiot, would give me 10 million in just a few days. It's so easy to earn money. Of course. Sihua flattered, Master Bing's idea to earn money is the best. Of course, Yaowang's contribution is also a big part of it. I just helped. If it wasn't for Master Bing's idea to change the patient's condition again and again, I wouldn't be able to collect so much money from a patient no matter how good I am. Yaowang said humbly. And, not bad. Yaowang, don't be so humble. You're the one who made the money this time. I'll tell my father. Zhao Qibing didn't want to take all the credit for himself. He was a person who was good at winning people's hearts and knew how to make people follow him wholeheartedly. Just like Zhong Fabai and the others, they were all loyal to him now. Zhao Qibing only needed to show them some kindness in exchange for a group of loyal subordinates. Why wouldn't he do it? He understood that even if Yaowang was the main contributor, House Xiao would know that he was the mastermind behind all of this. Yaowang wouldn't take the credit away from him, the mastermind, no matter what. Thank you, Master Bing. Yaowang said gratefully. Yaowang started learning medicine at the age of 3 and started to roam the world at the age of 15. Back then, he also played the trick of treating patients worse and worse. However, because he offended a rich family, he was caught and almost beaten to death. If it wasn't for the head of House Xiao, Xiao Guanyin, who saved him, there wouldn't be Yaowang today. So, Yaowang was very grateful to House Xiao. He felt that his life was given to him by House Xiao. No matter what House Xiao asked him to do, it was only natural. Master Bing was Xiao Guanyin's son, so naturally, he would support him with all his heart. He didn't ask for anything in return. He stayed in House Xiao with the intention to repay their kindness. Now that Zhao Qibing was going to teach him Qigong, how could he not be touched? Although he didn't care about anything, he still hoped that House Xiao would value him. But this father and son from House Shen are rich. 10 million, TSK, it's still a little too little. We haven't squeezed them to the limit yet. If we could squeeze more money out of them, that would be even better. Zhao Qibing said regretfully. Chapter 866. Framing Lin Yi. Oh. Really? But wouldn't he suspect something if we do that? Zhao Qibing wasn't stupid. Although he was greedy, he didn't want to ruin his reputation. We want long-term benefits, not Zhenjun's money. It'll be bad if they suspect that we did it. They won't, I did it discreetly. They don't have the intelligence to find out. Yaowang waved his hand confidently. Besides, even if they go to the hospital, they won't be able to find anything. That's good, as long as we aren't involved, Zhao Qibing nodded in satisfaction. Of course not. Not only will they not implicate us, but they will also give us more money soon. Yao Wang sneered, Master Bing, watch me. Alright, I'll wait for that idiot Jining Jun to give me money. Zhao Qibing nodded happily. Yao Wang was right. Not long after, Su Jianong ran in, Master Bing, Jining Jun and his son are here again, they want to see Yao Wang. Let them in. Zhao Qibing couldn't wait anymore. The more he tasted money, the more he couldn't stop. Su Jianong quickly brought Jin Dazhou and Jining Jun into the back room. As soon as they entered, Jin Dazhou raged, Yao Wang, what kind of illness did you treat? Why is it getting worse? Why did you treat something that wasn't sick before? Although Jin Dazhou was a boorish man, he was meticulous. He knew that it wasn't reliable to blame Jining Jun's illness on the sequelae, but in order to let Yao Wang treat his son and spend less money, he had no choice but to complain first. Jin Dazhou, watch your words, is this a place for you to be arrogant? Even if this is your territory, you better behave yourself in front of me. Zhao Qibing frowned unhappily, but his heart was beating like a drum. Did Jin Dazhou and Jining Jun find out something? Jin Dazhou's face froze. Indeed, he was only thinking about Yao Wang and forgot that this was Zhao Qibing's territory. He didn't dare offend Zhao Qibing. It wouldn't be hard for the power behind Zhao Qibing to kill him. So, Dazhou's face turned into a smile. Master Bing, don't be angry, if you have something to say, then say it nicely. Don't think that just because you spent money to see the king pharmacist, you are a god. In my place, customers are not gods. Zhao Qibing curled his lips. Seeing that Dazhou didn't dare to act rashly, he calmed down and sneered, we don't accept normal people who want to see Yao Wang. Of course, of course. Dazhou didn't dare to say anything after seeing Zhao Qibing's attitude. He said with a bitter face, Master Bing, Yao Wang, please take a look at my son, didn't I cure Jining Jun's illness? What else are you looking at? Yao Wang pretended to be confused as he looked at Jin Dazhou. No, he's still sick. Jin Dazhou quickly said. You're sick. I can't tell. Your mouth and ears aren't crooked, your hands and legs are working. You're a handsome young man, what's wrong with you? Yao Wang looked at Jining Jun and said. No, it's not on the surface, it's a hidden illness. Jin Dazhou quickly said, Ying Jun can't get it up. Can't get it up. Yao Wang froze. Zhao Qibing and Sihua also pretended to be surprised and opened their mouths wide. They looked at Jining Jun in disbelief, how can you not get it up? When did you find out that you can't get it up? Just now. Jining Jun said hurriedly, my dad and I went to the massage center under Tsiwa Bro's protection. I just wanted to take a hot shower to wash away my bad luck. Then I went to a prostitute and my lower body didn't have any reaction after taking 3 Viagra. Did you have this illness before? Yao Wang frowned and asked. No, I wouldn't be a prostitute if I had this illness. Jining Jun quickly shook his head, I can't offend Lin Yi for those 2 girls. If you're not sick, why did you take Viagra? Why did you take so many? Yao Wang sneered in his heart. You weren't sick before, but your kidneys are weak. Yao Wang had already checked it before. Jining Jun was embarrassed and laughed dryly, I just don't have much stamina. Yao Wang nodded and looked at Jining Jun carefully, alright, give me your hand, I'll check your pulse. Yes. Jining Jun quickly gave his hand to Yao Wang and Yao Wang pretended to check his pulse. In fact, Jining Jun's illness was caused by him and he didn't need to check his pulse at all. He was just pretending for the Jin father and son. After a while, Yao Wang's brows slowly locked together. He didn't say anything and only closed his eyes in silence. Did he have a serious illness that scared the Jin father and son? Jin Dazhou was counting on Jining Jun to carry on the family line. Now that he was disabled, what would he do in the future? Wouldn't he die without descendants? Jining Jun, on the other hand, didn't think so far ahead, but he was also scared. After all, he couldn't play with women anymore and his life would lose a lot of fun. You are not sick. After a while, Yaowang spat out these 3 words. Not sick. Jin Dazhou and Jining Jun widened their eyes and looked at Yaowang in disbelief. Jining Jun screamed, "How can I not be sick? That's the truth. Yaowang, if you don't believe me, I'll take off my pants for you to see." "There's no need for that." Yaowang waved his hand. "I said you're not sick because you're not sick, but you said you're impotent. This is real." "Oh. What do you mean?" Jining Jun was confused. "You're impotent. This isn't an illness, someone did something to you." Yaowang sighed and looked at Jining Jun sympathetically. "I didn't expect Lin Yi to be so evil. Not only did he make you sick on the surface, but he also made you a cripple in the dark. He's so evil." "Ha! Lin Yi again." Jining Jun was furious when he heard that it was also Lin Yi's fault. "Dad, this Lin Yi is too evil, I want to kill him." Dazhou was infuriated as well. He didn't think that Lin Yi would be this evil, leaving his son with such an illness. "Jun, don't worry, I'll avenge you." Dazhou was furious as well. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be this evil. Chapter 867. The price was a little low. Zhao Qibing and Lin Yi had a grudge against each other. If he could transfer the grudge to Jin Dazhou and Jining Jun and let them deal with Lin Yi, why not? Yaowang felt that this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Bing would praise him again. "Of course, we have to treat him first." Jining Jun quickly said, "Yaowang, can my illness be treated?" "Yes, but it's difficult." The king of medicine sighed. "To me, the king of medicine, there is naturally no illness that cannot be cured, but the degree of difficulty is different. Previously, when I was treating you, I already wasted a lot of qi. Now, your illness is not small, and it also needs to use qi. Yaowang, don't worry, I won't shortchange your medical fees. Just tell me how much you need." Jin Dazhou quickly said when he heard that his son could be saved. "You have to ask Master Bing about this. If I use all my qi on you, then if other patients come, I won't be able to save them. At that time, the loss won't be just a little." Yaowang said with some difficulty, "How about this? I'll treat Jun after I recover my pure energy, how about that? That way, the medical fees will be cheaper." "This. How long do I have to wait?" Jin Dazhou didn't have much money left. He came to Songshan with 50 million to invest in the gambling boat, but before he even invested, he had to spend more than 10 million to treat his son's illness. From Yaowang's tone, it seemed like treating his son's illness would cost a lot more than before. He hesitated. If he could wait for a while, why not wait if it was cheaper? 3 to 5 years, Yaowang said indifferently. "Ha!" Jining Jun and Jin Dazhou froze and looked at each other. 3 to 5 years. Jin Dazhou thought that he would only have to wait for a few days, at most a month. Who knew that it would be 3 to 5 years? Wasn't that too long? Jining Jun couldn't wait any longer. If something went wrong or he couldn't find Yaowang, wouldn't he be a eunuch for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Jining Jun couldn't help but look at Jin Dazhou for help. Jin Dazhou also thought of this. How could he wait? If he waited any longer and something went wrong, then his Jin family would have no descendants. Jin Dazhou gritted his teeth and asked, "Master Bing, the consultation fee is not a problem. As long as we can cure Jun's illness, money is not a problem." This. Master Bing hesitated and said awkwardly, "Sigh, it's not that I don't want to treat you, but life has a price, and qi is priceless." Jin Dazhou only wanted to curse after hearing Master Bing's words. What kind of theory was this? Life was priceless, and qi was priceless. However, Jin Dazhou couldn't get angry. He could only hold back his anger and said, "It's okay. Just say it. At least 30 million. Qibing said faintly. Ha! Zhendazhou was dumbfounded when he heard the price. Although he expected the price to be high, he didn't expect it to be this high. 30 million. That was earned by Dong Hai bit by bit, and it was gone just like that. Master Bing, the price. Yao Wang heard the price and was in a difficult position. Zhendazhou was overjoyed when he heard Yao Wang's words. It seemed that Yao Wang also felt that the price was a bit high and wanted to help him. Yao Wang was such a good person. Thus, he hurriedly echoed, "Yes, yes, this price is really a bit low." Yao Wang followed, "My qi is priceless." Zhendazhou almost vomited blood when he heard Yao Wang's words. So Yao Wang thought that the price was too low, not too high. Yet, he had foolishly agreed with them. He was truly foolish to the extreme. Oh. Zhendazhou, you think so too? It seems like I'm really a kind person, asking for such a low price. Zhao Qibing shook his head in self-mockery. If that's the case, you can add more, that. I'm a bit short on money recently, 30 million it is. Zhendazhou awkwardly agreed to the price. How could he dare to disagree? If he didn't, it might become 40 million soon. And 30 million it is. I've already said it. Yao Wang, this is the price, right? What do you think? Zhao Qibing looked at Yao Wang and asked. Okay, whatever Master Bing says, we'll do it. Yao Wang nodded. Thank you, Master Bing, I'll go prepare the money now. Zhendazhou said, Ingjun and I will leave first, we'll come back when we have the money. Dad, why don't you prepare the money and I'll stay here for treatment? Ingjun didn't understand why his father wanted him to leave with him. How can we do that? How can we let Yao Wang treat you without money? You're so stupid. Zhendazhou glared at Ingjun and said. Ingjun had no choice but to follow his father out of the bar and asked curiously, Dad, why did you drag me out? It'll be better if you let me treat the illness first, it'll prevent more problems. We came in a hurry and thought it was a side effect, but it doesn't seem to be. So, I'm thinking, should we go to the hospital and have a look? What if the hospital can treat it too? Then we won't have to waste money, right? Zhendazhou wasn't stupid and had some intelligence. You're right, I was too impatient. Ingjun nodded, yeah, 30 million can be used for anything, but if it's used for treatment, it'll hurt my heart. The father and son discussed and stopped a taxi to go straight to the hospital. However, they went to the First People's Hospital, the male specialist hospital and so on. In the end, they couldn't find anything. The medicine king was right about his illness. He didn't have any illness, so what could the hospital find? This was all Yao Wang's doing. Whoever started the trouble should end it. How would others know how Yao Wang did it? After coming out of the hospital, the father and son completely believed Yao Wang's words. Zhendazhou sighed, it seems like you really aren't sick, it's that Lin Yi who did something to you. Even the big hospital said that you aren't sick, it seems like only Yao Wang can treat you. Chapter 868. Revenge. Ingjun, I can't let this Lin Yi go even if you don't say it. He made me lose 40 million. Do you think my money is so easily lost? This debt, I will definitely put it on Lin Yi's head. Dazhou laughed coldly and said fiercely. He was also exasperated. Who was he, Zhendazhou? When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Right, Dad, I heard that Mingyao's family's pretty rich, and Lin Yi's her bodyguard. Why don't we make a move on Meng Yao and get her to pay us the money? Ingjun immediately turned his attention to Meng Yao. He more or less knew about Lin Yi from Zhao Qibing. Of course, Ingjun didn't know that Zhao Qibing purposely leaked this information to him so that he could be cannon fodder. I know, I've already asked someone to investigate. Pingzhan Industries is very famous in the province. Dazhou, on the other hand, had his sights set on Pingzhan. He'd thought it through very well. If his son was in this state because of his daughter, then who else would pay for the medical fees? Not only did he have to pay for the medical fees, but he also had to give some compensation. Yes. Zhening Jun heard that his father also wanted to cause trouble for Meng Yao and he felt relieved, but, we must kill that Lin Yi. It won't be easy to kill Lin Yi. I heard that he is a master at the early phase of the mystic class and that Li Fu beside Pingzhan is also a master at the peak of the late phase of the golden class. It won't be easy for us to touch them. Shen Dazhou got some of the information from his investigation, but most of it came from Zhao Qibing. What's the use of those masters? Don't we have guns? No matter how strong he is, can he be invulnerable? Zhening Jun said in disdain, Dad, where are your men who are doing business on the high seas? Tell them to come back and kill Lin Yi. Although the Zhen family had some business in the East Sea, the most profitable business was the one that had no capital. The Zhen family had a pirate group codenamed Firearm Team that specialized in robbing cargo ships on the high seas. Every year, it provided the Zhen family with a large amount of wealth. Of course, this business didn't belong to the Zhen family. With the Zhen family's strength, they couldn't afford such a large business. This business was managed by Zhen Dazhou on behalf of a distant relative. That distant relative took the majority, while Zhen Dazhou only took 20%. Childish. You're going to call in a firearm team from the city and give Lin Yi a round of bullets? Wouldn't that be waiting for the police to destroy our Zhen family? Zhen Dazhou glared at Zhening Jun and said angrily, although these cultivators are afraid of guns, a sneak attack with 1 or 2 guns won't be able to hit them because they are too fast. The only way to kill them is if a group of people fire at the same time and shoot randomly. But, unless there's no one around, if there's such a large-scale gunfight in the city, I'll be arrested as the leader of a terrorist organization tomorrow. I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't think it through. Zhening Jun thought that having a firearm team was a great thing and he wasn't afraid of anything in this world. However, after hearing his father's words, he realized that he was taking it for granted. But your suggestion is good. I have a plan to deal with them. Zhen Dazhou's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Let's go, we'll go find Yaoang first. Dad, how are you going to deal with them? Zhening Jun was impatient. I'm going to ask for help from your fourth uncle and ask him to send his master to help. Zhen Dazhou said. This fourth uncle was Zhen Dazhou's business partner. 80% of the business on the sea belonged to him and Zhen Dazhou was working for him. Oh. Ma Zhu who works for fourth uncle? Zhening Jun quickly asked, I heard that he's also a mystic division master. Yes, when we were fighting for business on the sea, your fourth uncle sent him to help me. You didn't see how good he was. Zhen Dazhou seemed to be recalling the events of the past. One kick, and one of them was kicked to death. Even his head was sent flying. Can he deal with Lin Yi? Zhening Jun didn't care much about cultivators and warriors. He always felt that they weren't as good as guns, but according to his father, they couldn't use guns on a large scale in the city. Of course he can. Zhen Dazhou said, he's a physical master in the middle phase of the mystic division. I heard from Zhao Qibing that Lin Yi is only in the early phase of the mystic division. Of course he can deal with him. Zhen Dazhou didn't know the difference between physical and spiritual, but he felt that the middle phase of the mystic division was definitely stronger than the early phase of the mystic division. Then let him kill Lin Yi directly. But that won't be enough. Zhening Jun felt that killing Lin Yi directly was too easy on him. Of course we can't kill him directly. Dazhou shook his head. What we need to do is to let Ma Zhu kidnap Meng Yao and Yushu. His opponent is only that Li Fu. As long as he defeats Li Fu, we'll be able to capture Meng Yao and Yushu. With the hostages, we can threaten Pingzhan to ransom them. Of course, we can ask Lin Yi to deliver the ransom to a deserted place and let the firearms team shoot him to death. Great! Not only can we get a large sum of money, but we can also take revenge. Zheningjuan's eyes lit up after hearing his father's words. All right, it's settled then, but I have to be cured first. Meng Yao and Yushu, I will definitely kill these two girls. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhen Dazhou laughed along with his son. A revenge plan was formed just like that. In the floating cloud bar, Zhao Qibing said unhappily, "What is Zhen Dazhou doing with Zhenning? He doesn't want to be cured. Why aren't they back yet?" "No, I think Zhen Dazhou wants to take Zhenning to the hospital to confirm if he's sick or not." Yao Wang saw through Zhen Dazhou's intention. "Oh. Would the hospital be able to tell?" Qibing paused and asked. "Master Bing, don't you trust me, Yao Wang?" "Don't worry, they'll be back soon." Yao Wang said, "Master Bing, you'll definitely earn this money." "Ha, then I'm relieved." Zhao Qibing nodded. "That's fast, but there aren't many fat sheep like them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make money from real estate." Chapter 869. A good plan, of course. We have Lin Yi to take the blame for us. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Qibing waved his hand, but this time, we have to get a hidden illness that's hard to notice. It's best to let him notice it after a while. You're right. I understand, Master Bing, don't worry, Yao Wang nodded. I'll get him a disease that affects his eyesight and make his eyes blurry until he can't see anything. Of course, this will take around a year. Okay, let's do that. 1 year later, when House Shin has earned enough money, they'll send it to us. Wahahaha. Zhao Qibing laughed excitedly. Just as Yao Wang predicted, Zhen Dazhou brought Zhenning back. They couldn't find anything wrong with their son in the hospital, so they could only come back to Zhao Qibing to be cheated. Master Bing, I've finally collected the money. When can we start the treatment? Zhen Dazhou said with a smile. He was now sure that only the king pharmacist could cure his son's illness. Actually, we could have started just now. You're our old customer, you don't have to pay first. Zhao Qibing said sarcastically. Ha, I was just thinking about it. Let's get the money together first. Zhen Dazhou didn't know if Zhao Qibing guessed the reason why he left and felt a little awkward. Shall we start now? Yao Wang nodded. Okay, let's start then. Follow Li Zihua to complete the transfer. I'll start treating your son now. Zhen Dazhou followed Zihua to complete the transfer while Yao Wang pretended to treat Zhenning. He held the silver needles in his left hand and pressed on Zhenning pulse with his right hand. He transferred traces of pure energy into Zhenning body, making Zhenning feel as if his entire body was heating up. The silver needles instantly covered Zhenning body, turning him into a porcupine. However, Zhenning believed in Yao Wang's medical skills and wasn't afraid. In fact, Yao Wang only inserted one needle in the right spot, the other needles were just for show and didn't pierce into the acupoints at all. The last one was to destroy his vision. But Zhenning didn't know about it and thought that it was some kind of magic. The Medicine King used his true qi to heat up his body, so he was sweating profusely. In the eyes of others, it looked like he had overexerted himself and was exhausted. Looking at the Medicine King who was sweating profusely, Zhen Dazhou sighed. It seemed that this 30 million was not easy to earn. How much Shin Qi would be consumed? It's so hot, I'm dying. Zhenning was scalded by Yao Wang and his body turned red as if he was cooked. Ingjun, you have to persevere. Zhen Dazhou quickly encouraged his son, the process of treatment is naturally painful. I know, I will endure it. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is extremely brave. Zhenning started to mutter some words of encouragement. Zhenning was tormented for more than an hour and Yao Wang didn't have it easy either. He was suffocating from the heat, but for the sake of the 30 million, he had to put on an act. He had to make Zhen Dazhou feel that the 30 million was worth it. Only then could he go out and advertise for him and show how amazing Yao Wang was. There's a reaction, there's a reaction. After a while, Jiningjun suddenly realized that his lower body had a reaction. He shouted happily, "Dad, I'm having a reaction." "Oh. That's great." Jindajo walked over and was excited. Yao Wang is really a miracle worker. Even the doctors in the hospital said that there's no disease that can't be cured. Yao Wang's hands can cure the disease. That's right. Don't you know who Yao Wang is? Zhao Qibing said proudly, but in his heart, he was cursing Jindajo for being an idiot. This was Yao Wang's doing. If he couldn't cure it, who could? Phew. The Medicine King finally began to stop. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "All right, it has been cured. But this old man's physical strength is not up to it. I need to adjust my breathing." "Yao Wang, you've worked hard." Jindajo saw how tired Yao Wang was and felt that the 30 million was worth it. Although he had treated Jiningjun's illness many times before, it was never this tiring. It seemed like his son's illness was really hard to cure. Yao Wang waved his hand and didn't say anything. He just sat there with his eyes closed, and Jiningjun jumped up in excitement. "Dad, it's really working, it's really cured." That's good, that's good." Jindajo sighed in relief. "Thank you, Master Bing and Yao Wang." "You're welcome. I have to congratulate your son for regaining his manhood." Zhao Qibing laughed, "But you spent the 30 million in vain." "Why do you say that?" Jindajo froze as he didn't expect Zhao Qibing to say that. If it wasn't for Meng Yao and Yushu, if it wasn't for Lin Yi helping them, would Jiningjun have so many problems? Would you have suffered such a huge loss? Zhao Qibing started to convince Jindajo to go against Lin Yi. "Yeah. This time, I won't let him go so easily. But, I still need your help, Master Bing. Help me investigate Pingzhan Industries." Jindajo felt that he was unfamiliar with this place and he needed to rely on the locals to do anything in Songshan. Zhou Tiandi had obviously distanced himself from him these days, and Jindajo had heard about the grudge between Zhou Tiandi and Lin Yi. He laughed at Zhou Tiandi's cowardice and decided not to bother him anymore. That's not a problem," Zhao Qibing nodded generously. Zhao Qibing nodded generously. "After all, we're old friends. I can help you with this, but how are you going to deal with Lin Yi? If it's convenient, can I give you some advice? Lin Yi and I are old enemies." Jindajo had heard about the grudge between Zhao Qibing and Lin Yi, so he dared to tell Zhao Qibing about his plan to deal with Lin Yi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He believed that Zhao Qibing wouldn't betray him. "It's like this, I'm preparing to." Jindajo told Zhao Qibing his plan to deal with Lin Yi. "Oh, that's a good plan. Why didn't I think of it before?" Zhao Qibing slapped the table and praised Jindajo's plan. "First, kidnap Meng Yao and Yushu with a mystic class mid-phase master, then lure Lin Yi to a place with no one around and shoot randomly. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be heavily injured. Then, let the mystic class master kill Lin Yi." Brilliant. Chapter 870. The exact same prescription. "What's wrong, Master Bing? You think this plan is feasible too?" Dajo was overjoyed. He didn't expect his plan to be approved by Master Bing. "It's doable, very doable." Qibing nodded and looked at Sihua. "Sihua, what do you think?" "It's doable." Sihua nodded in agreement. "Whatever information you need, I'll provide it to you." "Thank you so much, Sihua bro." Dajo quickly thanked him. "I'll go contact that master first." "Wait." Yao Wang spoke again. "Yao Wang, is there anything else?" Dajo paused, but since it was Yao Wang who spoke, he didn't dare to be slow. He quickly stopped and turned back. "Your illness today reminded me that although your son seems to be fine now, it's hard to say if Lin Yi has done anything else. You have to be careful. If anything goes wrong when you go back, don't be careless." Yao Wang started to give Dazhou a heads up. What? There's more. Dazhou was furious. Isn't this Lin Yi too wicked? There's more. It's just a guess, I can't be sure. After all, I only thought of it after what happened today, Yao Wang sighed. Then, Yao Wang, can you check Ying Jun again? Dazhou asked carefully. I can't find anything right now. How can I check when there's no illness? I can't check every part of your son's body, can I? If I do that, my pure energy will run out and I'll die. Yao Wang waved his hand and rejected Dazhou's suggestion. I see. Dazhou couldn't force it after hearing Yao Wang's words, but his heart felt like it was blocked. He was very unhappy, and his hatred for Lin Yi increased by another level. But don't worry, there's no illness that I, Yao Wang, can't cure. If there's any problem, come find me. Yao Wang comforted. That's the only way. Jin Dazhou had no choice but to leave with his son. After Jin Dazhou and his son left, Zhao Qibing sighed, what two idiots, I really hope they get lucky and kill Lin Yi again. Let them do whatever they want, we just need to focus on earning our own money. Sihua said. Master Bing, now that we have 40 million in our account, shouldn't we start building the orphanage? Oh, okay. Get ready. Take the king pharmacist to the orphanage and warn them. Tell them to move away, or I'll kill them. Qibing said arrogantly. Now that he had a guaranteed way to earn money, he was much more domineering. Master Bing, but I'm not good at fighting, right? Yao Wang's listless expression changed to one of high spirits. Don't worry, you just need to show the strength of a mystic class master. I don't think that the Dean, a golden class master, would dare to fight a mystic class master like you directly. Qibing said nonchalantly, you're not going to fight her, you're going to scare her. Don't worry, as long as she's not an idiot, she won't fight you. Okay. Yao Wang relaxed. Master Bing, I'll go take a shower first. I almost died from the heat, I'm sweating all over. 30 million isn't easy to earn. Ha! Zhao Qibing heard Yao Wang's words and smiled happily. Yao Wang, don't worry. No matter what, you're the main contributor, I'll remember it. Thank you, Master Bing. Yao Wang quickly cupped his hands in thanks. There was a Zhao Yao Wang in Songshan, and his miraculous hands were comparable to Hua Tuo's. The news spread from the Jin father and son, and with Sihua's purposely spreading rumors, Zhao Yao Wang's name quickly spread through the upper class of Songshan, and even many outsiders knew about him. However, because of Zhao Yao Wang's high fees, other than Ying Jun, who couldn't be cured by others, no one else was willing to spend so much money. So even though Zhao Yao Wang was famous, there weren't any patients. Kong Mingming got the Yao Wang formula for Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine from Kong Xiaobo, and he was overjoyed. He didn't think that he'd get the formula so easily. If he'd known, he wouldn't have gone after Guan Xian. However, Kong Xiaobo's power was limited. It was easy to get the formula for the injury medicine, but it wouldn't be so easy to get the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Kong Xiaobo's access was limited, after all. It seemed like he had to start from Guan Shuamin's side. Of course, this was a matter for the future. At least he had something to report now. Kong Mingming happily returned to House Kong with the formula for Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine. Dr. Kong was quite satisfied with Kong Mingming's achievements. After all, the formula for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing couldn't be rushed, and Kong Mingming getting the formula for Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine back was a great achievement. As expected. This formula is exactly the same as our House Kang's formula. Dr. Kong held the formula from Kong Mingming and was furious. It must be that bastard Kong Xiaobo who offered this formula to Guan Shuamin in exchange for the position of vice president. Greedy bastard, ruining House Kang's plans. Of course, Dr. Kong didn't doubt the authenticity of the formula. After all, the formula was in Dr. Kang's hands. Even Kong Guifeng and Kong Zuepu didn't know about it, let alone Kong Mingming. The only one who knew the formula was Kong Xiaolong, and Xiaolong wouldn't leak it out. He'd already decided that Xiaolong would be the future head of House Kong. Why would he betray his own interests? So this recipe had to be Xiaobo's handiwork. Yeah, he sold it to me for 300,000, so naturally he'd give it to Guan Xuemin for the position of vice president. Kong Mingming nodded in agreement. Humph. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Dr. Kong smiled coldly. Yes, Grandpa, we can't let them have it easy. Kong Mingming said. Chapter 871. Showering with them. So that's how it is. I was thinking that after their products hit the market, we could just buy a few boxes and slowly test them. Why would we need to spend so much money on a prescription? So it turns out that we want to give them a blow when their products hit the market. Kong Mingming nodded in realization. Xiaolong didn't explain it too clearly to him on the phone, and Kong Ming didn't really know what the recipe was for. Xiaolong, you go prepare for this, and make sure that Miracle Dr. Guan's company's reputation is ruined. Dr. Kong said to Xiaolong. Come up with a plan and show it to me. Yes, Grandpa. Xiaolong nodded and agreed. Scheming was his forte, and he had to make sure that Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's reputation hit rock bottom. Not only would it affect his impression in front of Miracle Dr. Kong, but it was also because House Kong would be Xiaolong's House Kong in the future. He had to kill Guan Xuemin in the cradle. He couldn't let them take away his market share and position. Right, Grandpa, Guan Xian's already engaged, what should we do about this? Our previous plan won't work, she's engaged, how could she still be friends with me? Kong Mingming blamed his failure on Guan Xian's engagement, but House Kong didn't know the specifics, and they didn't doubt Kong Mingming's ability to pick up girls. That's our mistake. We didn't think that Guan Xian was already engaged, and now the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing is going to be difficult. Dr. Kong frowned after hearing Kong Mingming's words. He knew that a girl like Guan Xian wouldn't be too intimate with another man after she was engaged, so their plan to steal the recipe was obviously not going to work. But Dr. Kong didn't want to give it up just like that. After all, this prescription could be the stepping stone for the Kong family to successfully become an aristocratic family. It could allow the Kong family's strength to rise to a higher level and reach a higher position. Yes, I didn't do my research properly and acted rashly. Thank goodness I didn't alert them, or it'd be even more troublesome. Kong Mingming wasn't stupid, he was afraid that his grandpa would blame him, so he admitted his mistake quickly. I've disappointed everyone. Grandpa, you can't blame Xiaoming for this. Xiaolong had to show his generosity as the leader of the third generation. Although it was true that Xiaoming didn't investigate the matter thoroughly, who would have thought that Guan Xian had an engagement? Xiaolong said. This isn't something that can be stopped with mere human strength. Xiaolong's right. Xiaolong is right, you don't need to belittle yourself, Xiaoming. You've already done very well. As for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, we'll think of something else. Dr. Kong said. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll head back to Songshan if there's nothing else. I'll keep trying to find out more, but I'll have to rely on my family's support for the expenses. Kong Mingming was living a carefree life in Songshan, and he didn't have any supervision from his family. That's not a problem, I'll give you another 1,000,000 for the expenses. Let me know if it's not enough. As long as we can get the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, it'll be worth it no matter how much money we spend. Miracle Dr. Kong said. Right, you'll have to work harder on the sourcing channel. If we get a hold of Xuemin's raw material sourcing channel, we'll seal it off completely. I'd like to see what they'll be able to sell in the future. What's the use of a recipe? Okay, I got it. Kong Xiaoming nodded and replied. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf with the Miss and Yushu. He didn't understand why the Miss and Yushu would like to watch kids' stuff at their age. But then again, it was understandable that they were a little childish since they'd been living together all day, not interacting much with the outside world. The night was boring, especially with Yushu and Mengyao watching TV. Lin Yi didn't have anything to do, so he picked up the phone on the table and started playing games. He'd volunteered to watch TV with them just now, and it'd be a little embarrassing if he were to leave halfway through. Wouldn't that be a little too much of a disgrace? The Miss seemed to be someone who cared a lot about face. I'm going to shower. Lin Yi wasn't interested in it at all, and when the show was finally over, he tossed his phone on the coffee table and stood up, preparing to take a shower in his room. I'm going to shower too. Mengyao stretched her body. What about you? Oh, I haven't finished my apple yet. I'll watch TV for a while. Yao sis, you go shower first. Yushu used the remote control to change the channel, her mouth stuffed with half an apple as she mumbled. Mengyao turned around and went upstairs. General Weiwu saw that the people in the living room had left, so it wagged its tail and went back to its place, under the stairs. Not long after Lin Yi and Mengyao left, Lin Yi's phone rang, scaring Yushu. She picked it up and saw the name, Tang Yun. She hesitated before picking it up. Hello? Hello? Tang Yun froze. Why was it a girl's voice? She subconsciously thought that she'd called the wrong number, but when she saw that it was indeed Lin Yi's name, she couldn't help but feel strange. You are? Isn't this Lin Yi's number? Yes, I'm Shu, the automated voice answering machine. What can I do for you? You can leave me a message, or I'll pass it on to Shield Bro. Yushu said. Tang Yun heard Yushu's voice and was speechless. Shu. Where's Lin Yi? Oh, Shield Bro and Yao sis are showering right now. Why are you looking for him? Yushu smiled mischievously. Shower. Lin Yi and Mengyao. Tang Yun heard Yushu's words and was taken aback. Why did Lin Yi and Mengyao go to shower? Yeah, Yushu said. Together. Tang Yun didn't believe Yushu's words. This girl always talked nonsense. Who knew if she was telling the truth or not? Tang Yun's vigilance was high now, and normal people couldn't lie to her. Yeah, Yushu replied. Then why don't you go with him? Aren't you Lin Yi's mistress? Tang Yun asked. Chapter 872. Can you see through things? Tang Yun frowned. If Yushu had said that she had just finished showering or was about to shower, then Tang Yun wouldn't have believed her. But Yushu's explanation made Tang Yun a little uneasy. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I've said too much. If Yao sis finds out, I'll die a horrible death. Bye-bye. Yushu didn't wait for Tang Yun to reply and hung up the phone. Then, she started laughing. Tang Yun didn't get to ask what was going on before Yushu hung up. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Yi really went to shower with Mengyao. Tang Yun had always felt that the relationship between Lin Yi, Mengyao, and Yushu wasn't as simple as an employer and employee relationship. Perhaps nothing had happened now, but if this went on, something would happen sooner or later. But Tang Yun didn't want to think about it. She even thought optimistically that if Lin Yi really did have something going on with Mengyao, it'd be fine as long as she didn't know about it. She didn't know what was going through her mind. Was it because she felt inferior, or was it because she was afraid of losing Lin Yi? Xiao's words were a lie, but it was a wake-up call for Tang Yun. Love didn't need a reason, and there was no such thing as being rich or poor, but there was always a difference between ideals and reality. Honestly speaking, Tang Yun herself felt that Mengyao or Guan Xian might be a better match for Lin Yi, and she, on the other hand, had gotten together with Lin Yi by accident. She couldn't help Lin Yi at all. No matter what he did, she'd always be a bystander, and she'd even drag him down with her. Once this feeling formed, it would take root and grow, making Tang Yun worry more and more. She didn't want to ask Lin Yi anything, and she didn't dare to. Yushu's words were 80% fake, but sometimes, knowing that it was fake still made her worried. Tang Yun picked up her phone and hesitated for a long while before dialing a number in the contact book. Do. After the call connected, it rang many times, but no one answered. Tang Yun silently pressed the hang-up button and put the phone aside. She fell onto the bed, hugging the pillow in her arms as she stared at the wall in a daze. After a while, Tang Yun's phone beeped. It was a text notification. Tang Yun was spacing out when she received a text. She looked at her phone and saw that it was a text from Meng Yao. I was taking a shower just now. What's the matter? Tang Yun was shocked. Was Meng Yao really taking a shower? Tang Yun felt as if her heart had been broken into pieces at this moment. It hurt a little. But then she thought about it. If Meng Yao really was showering with Lin Yi, then why would she tell her? How good would it be to hide it from him? But Tang Yun couldn't see Meng Yao's expression, so she didn't know if this message was a show of force. The tone of the message was calm, and she couldn't see any emotions in it. This was the Miss style. Tang Yun wanted to make a call to confirm, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that her guess would become reality if she called. But she couldn't be at ease if she didn't call. After a long time of hesitation, Tang Yin sighed and put the phone aside. She buried her head in the blanket, tears falling down her cheeks. Meng Yao sent a text to Tang Yun, but Tang Yun didn't reply for a long time. She found it strange, so she called Tang Yun back. After all, the three of them had a good relationship. Meng Yao shook her head when she heard the sound of the phone being turned off. Maybe Tang Yun's phone was out of battery, or maybe she called the wrong number. She didn't think too much about it, so she put the phone aside and dried her hair with a towel. It was a quiet night, and Lin Yi realized that he left his phone in the living room the next morning. He looked at his phone and saw no missed calls, so he didn't think too much about it and went to prepare breakfast for the Miss and Yushu. Falbert came to pick up the Miss and Yushu, and Lin Yi drove Yushu's beetle to the hospital to pick up Tang Yun. Tang Yun stood at the entrance of the hospital, feeling nervous. She didn't know if Lin Yi would come to pick her up like usual, and she didn't know if she would ask Lin Yi about what happened yesterday. So she didn't even eat breakfast, and spent the whole morning in anxiety. But the moment Tang Yun saw Lin Yi, all the unhappiness disappeared. Seeing the smile on Lin Yi's face, Tang Yun smiled as well. He still loved her, so why didn't she believe him? Why did she have to worry about something that could happen, but was bound to happen? Tang Yun shook her head and quickly ran to Lin Yi with her bag. Why are your eyes red? Didn't you sleep well last night? Lin Yi opened the car door for Tang Yun and looked at her strangely. Lin Yi was a part-time doctor, and he was good at observing people. I hit a mosquito in the middle of the night. Tang Yun lied. She couldn't tell Lin Yi that she cried until midnight, could she? That would be too embarrassing. Although Lin Yi thought that Tang Yun was lying to him, Lin Yi didn't want to get to the bottom of it if Tang Yun didn't want to tell him, what do you want to eat? Tang Yun heard Lin Yi's question, and she couldn't help but be surprised. What do you want to eat? Breakfast, you don't want to eat. Lin Yi smiled. I already ate. Tang Yun wanted to say that she already ate, but looked at Lin Yi's half-smiling eyes and looked down. How do you know that I didn't eat breakfast? Since Lin Yi said that, naturally, he had his reasons, so Tang Yun didn't deny it. Usually, Lin Yi wouldn't ask her this question, and after picking her up, he would go straight to school. I'm a doctor, I can see through your body, Lin Yi said. You can see through things. Tang Yun looked at Lin Yi's eyes and blushed. That's not true. Lin Yi shook his head, I'm just giving an example. You didn't eat anything, and I can see it from your complexion. This is the look, listen, question, and feel of traditional Chinese medicine. It's the look, listen, ask, and feel, oh. Tang Yun thought that Lin Yi could see through things, and she was shocked. Although she would show it to him sooner or later, it would feel weird if someone could see through things. Let's go eat something first. Lin Yi started the car and started looking for a breakfast stall on the street. I don't think so. We'll be late for school. Tang Yun was worried. Chapter 873. No one answered. Tang Yin was speechless, but a question came to her mind. Right, Mr. Wang, why does he look like he's scared of you? This was something Tang Yun couldn't understand. She used to think that Lin Yi was some rich young master, and that Jifeng didn't dare offend him. But now that Lin Yi's identity was revealed, he was just Mingyao's bodyguard. Why would Wang Jifeng be scared of him? He wouldn't even give face to the nephew of the school board, Zhong Pingliang, right? Ah. I caught him hitting on a girl in school. Lin Yi didn't hide it. Ah. Tang Yin's eyes went wide. Hitting on a girl. Him. In school. I think it was his lover. One of the teachers in school. Lin Yi shrugged. I just happened to see it, and he felt guilty. I see. Tang Yin didn't know what to say. It was because of this that Wang Jifeng dared to hit on her in school. She wondered if she should thank Wang Jifeng for that. If Lin Yi hadn't caught him, Lin Yi wouldn't have dared to do that. Let's go eat first. Lin Yi stopped the car in front of a breakfast shop and pulled Tang Yin out of the car. Yao Yao, the school ran out of red ink. Should we buy another bottle? Yushu asked Meng Yao as if she had thought of something all of a sudden. Oh. Let's get one then. Meng Yao nodded before turning to Faubert. Faubert, there's a culture store nearby. Please stop the car. We want to buy a bottle of red ink. Okay, Miss Chu. Faubert nodded. There were a lot of exams in grade 12. There was a big exam every 3 days and a small exam every 2 days. However, most of the exams were graded by the students. This was because the teachers didn't have much free time to grade the papers. So, they messed up the papers and distributed them to the students. The teachers explained the answers to each question. Mingyao's papers had been graded by Lin Yi before, but the two weren't that close back then. Red ink was a necessity in 12th grade, and since Yushu said they were out of red ink, Mengyao naturally had to buy another. Faubert parked the car in front of a culture store, and Mengyao and Yushu went to buy the red ink. Faubert was about to start the car when 2 black Land Rovers blocked Faubert's Bentley, stopping him from moving. Faubert was startled, and his guard went up. The 2 Land Rovers were obviously doing this on purpose, otherwise they wouldn't have stopped like this. Miss Chu, be careful, contact Mr. Lin. Years of experience told Faubert that there was a hint of danger. As expected, the doors of the 2 Land Rovers opened in an instant, and a tall man in white came out of the Land Rover in front, while 2 men in black came out of the Land Rover behind. Each of them had their right hand on their belt, and after getting out of the car, they stood on the left and right sides of the Bentley. Uncle Fu locked the carriage door and took a deep breath. The 2 black-clothed men in the back were nothing to be afraid of, but the white-clothed man in the front made Uncle Fu feel an unprecedented pressure. However, the man in white didn't seem to care about the locked car door at all. He reached for the door, and with a bang, the door was pulled down by the man in white. One had to know that the doors of a Bentley were extraordinarily sturdy, especially Peng Zhan's car, which was made to be bulletproof. Who would have thought that the man in white would be able to destroy it so easily? Faubert's expression froze. As expected, the man in white didn't come with good intentions, and he must be a practitioner, at least above the middle phase of the golden class. The door was pulled down by the man in white, and naturally, Faubert couldn't sit in the car anymore. For a master like him, doing so was equivalent to waiting for death. This man was a huge threat to him, and he couldn't protect Meng Yao even if he wanted to. Falbert had no choice but to get out of the car, hoping that he could buy some time for Meng Yao and Yushu to call Lin Yi. However, since the front door was opened by the man in white, the two men in black easily unlocked the door from the front, and opened the back door directly. They took out two black guns from their waists, one for each of them, and pointed them at Meng Yao and Yushu. Hand over the phone. The man in black glared at Meng Yao and Yushu coldly. Okay. Yushu handed over the phone obediently. She knew that she shouldn't fight when the odds were against her, and she didn't say anything, knowing that these two were not joking around. Meng Yao was about to call Lin Yi, but it seemed like she couldn't do it anymore. She handed the phone to the man in black helplessly, but she dialed Lin Yi's number and didn't hang up. The man in black took Meng Yao's phone, looked at it, and quickly hung up. He turned off the phone and looked at Meng Yao coldly. Don't think you're so smart. Get out of the car and get into the car at the back. Lin Yi was having breakfast with Tang Yun when he received Meng Yao's call. The Mrs. phone rang twice, and before Lin Yi could pick it up, the other side hung up. This surprised Lin Yi, and he called back, only to hear that the phone was turned off. Was there no electricity? Lin Yi didn't think much about it. After all, Meng Yao was sent to school by Falbert every day. Lin Yi didn't have to worry about it. What's wrong? Tang Yun asked when she saw that Lin Yi didn't get through. It's nothing, the miss just called, and hung up after a couple of rings. I called back, but her phone was turned off. Lin Yi shrugged. Maybe it's out of battery. Oh. Tang Yun pouted when she heard that it was the miss, and she didn't say anything else. She was a little disappointed. What's wrong? Lin Yi saw that Tang Yun seemed to be depressed, so he asked. It's nothing. Tang Yun shook her head. Did something happen to the miss? Why don't you call Yushu? Lin Yi thought about it, and it made sense. If he couldn't get through to Meng Yao's phone, then he would call Yushu. He dialed Yushu's number, but Yushu's phone was turned off as well. Lin Yi frowned, and he felt that something was wrong. It was possible that Meng Yao's phone ran out of battery, but how could both Meng Yao and Yushu's phones run out of battery? There was no signal on the road from the villa to school, so it couldn't be caused by a lack of signal. Chapter 874. Unscathed. Falbert's phone was on the dashboard of the Bentley, and Falbert couldn't pick it up when he heard it ringing. The white-clothed man was giving him a lot of pressure, and he didn't dare move recklessly. Who are you people? Why do you want to capture Miss Chu and Shu? Falbert looked at the white-clothed man and asked. Although he was staring at the white-clothed man, his eyes were focused on the two men in black, Meng Yao and Yushu. Stand here obediently and wait for us to leave. I won't hurt you. The white-clothed man didn't answer Falbert's question. Instead, he spoke arrogantly. Falbert frowned. There was no point in asking since the man didn't want to say anything. The only thing Falbert needed to do now was to stop these people from taking Meng Yao and Yushu away. So he had to deal with the white-clothed man first. The two men in black didn't pose much of a threat to Falbert. They were just two normal people with slightly stronger bodies. It would be a piece of cake to deal with them. And so, Falbert moved. He raised his right hand and sent a palm towards the white-clothed man. It was a feint, however. He wanted to force the white-clothed man back and turn around to save Meng Yao and Yushu. Falbert didn't know the strength of the white-clothed man at the moment, and he didn't want to fight him head-on. As long as he could force the white-clothed man back, it would save him some time. He watched as the two men in black forced Meng Yao and Yushu into the rover behind him, and Li Fu calculated the time. He'd be able to take care of the two men in black as soon as he could after the white man backed off, steal the rover, and drive away. But, as the saying goes, a person's plan can never be overpowered. Falbert thought that he would be able to force the white-clothed man back with one palm, but he didn't think that the white-clothed man wouldn't dodge at all. Instead, a cold, mocking smile flashed across his face. This smile made Falbert's heart tighten. He had already realized that something was wrong. If this white-robed man's strength didn't far surpass his and had already reached the point of ignoring his palm, then he was a fool who didn't know what the consequences of this palm would be. Of course, Falbert did not think that this man in white was a fool. He did not believe that this man in white would not investigate his strength before doing this. Bang! Falbert's palm landed solidly on the white-robed man's body. Falbert practiced external martial arts, so how domineering was this palm? Even the recoil made Falbert's palms numb, but the man in white seemed to be completely fine as he looked at Falbert indifferently. Finished. Does it feel good? The white-clothed man looked at Uncle Fu in ridicule. Bang! So loud. Falbert was not in the mood to joke around with the white-clothed man. His heart was filled with shock. With this palm, even if the opponent was a mystic class master, there was no way he would be unscathed, right? Even if he wasn't heavily injured, he would definitely be sent flying. But this white-clothed man was completely fine, and he was even talking and laughing. This person, just how strong was he? Could it be that he had surpassed the mystic class? But, it was impossible, right? Earth-class masters, in this common world, were almost extinct. You are from House U. This was the only possibility that Falbert could think of. The only people he had offended recently were House U. Falbert did not think that this man in front of him was sent by Zhao Qibing. If House Xiao was willing to send out masters, they wouldn't have waited until now. If they wanted to send, they would have done it long ago, and Lin Yi wouldn't have destroyed their building twice. House Yu. You have enmity with House Yu. The white-clothed man smiled faintly. It seems that you have quite a lot of enemies. But unfortunately, I am not one. Then you are. Falbert knew that he was definitely going to die today. Li Fu, right? A physical master with the strength of the peak of the late phase of the golden class. The white-clothed man looked at Falbert and said faintly. You are still not my opponent, but it is impolite not to reciprocate. I gave you a chance, I told you to wait for us to leave, but you didn't listen, so you can die now. As the white-clothed man spoke, he quickly raised his hand and slapped Falbert's chest. Falbert didn't even have time to dodge, and he was sent flying. Fast, it was too fast. Falbert felt that his chest had been smashed by the white-clothed man, and the intense pain made Falbert realize the strength of this person. The peak of the middle phase of the mystic class. But there was one thing that Falbert couldn't understand. Even if the opponent was a peak of the mid-phase of the mystic class, how could he be unscathed from his attack? Falbert's body landed heavily on the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Falbert knew that he probably couldn't make it. A palm from a peak of the mid-phase of the mystic class wasn't something that a peak of the late phase of the golden class like him could take. If the opponent had the intention to kill him, how could he survive? You. How? How are you unscathed? Falbert clutched his chest and looked at the unscathed man in shock. Falbert. Miss cried. She saw with her own eyes how Falbert was sent flying by the white-clothed man, and he fell to the ground and spat out blood. Yushu was also shocked, and she looked at the scene in front of her dumbly. She didn't know what to do. These two girls had never experienced something like this before. Even when they met the robbers in the bank, it wasn't this bloody because they had Lin Yi's protection. Shut up. The black-clothed man heard Meng Yao's scream, and he took out a towel and waved it in front of Meng Yao and Yushu, and the two fainted immediately. Drive. He ordered the driver after making Meng Yao and Yushu unconscious. Not waiting for Master Ma. The driver asked. Master Jun said that Master Ma will go by himself, and we will go first. The black-clothed man said. Okay. The driver nodded and started the car, and the Land Rover quickly left the scene, disappearing from the intersection in the blink of an eye. Falbert looked at the Land Rover in despair, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He looked at the white-clothed man with blurred eyes. He couldn't hold on any longer. Do you know why I left you alive? The white-clothed man lowered his head and looked at Falbert with a condescending gaze, and said coldly, I will let you die knowing that I'm here to answer your questions. Falbert didn't say anything, and he didn't want to waste his breath. He just hoped that Lin Yi would find out as soon as possible and save Meng Yao and Yushu. My name is Ma Zhu, and I've cultivated the Golden Bell Shield. I've already broken through the 8th level, and I'm invulnerable. The man in white said proudly, killing you is like killing an ant. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 875. News from Lingshan. The whole process didn't even take 10 minutes. Falbert felt his mind getting blurry as he listened to Ma Zhu's laughter. The police siren sounded, and the police car and ambulance arrived at the same time. One had to admit that their response speed was quite fast, but Ma Zhu was just a little faster. The owner of the store called the police, and he was shocked by the scene just now. He didn't hear the conversation between Ma Zhu and Falbert, but Ma Zhu sending Falbert flying with one slap was like watching a movie to a normal person. It was unbelievable. Organs and ribs were shattered, and there was basically no hope. This was the conclusion of the paramedics, and they couldn't send him to the hospital in time. They could only do emergency treatment in the ambulance. Lingshan was the second to arrive. The ones who'd been dispatched were the patrol officers, but seeing that it was a vicious kidnapping and assault case, they'd immediately notified the criminal police. How is it? Lingshan got out of the car and ran over quickly. Captain Song, it was the owner of the store who called the police. He's the witness, and according to his testimony, the whole case is a kidnapping case. One of the patrol officers reported to Lingshan immediately, giving her the details of the case. Did you find out the identity of the hostage and the injured? Lingshan asked after listening to the case. According to the license plate number left at the scene, the Bentley belongs to Pingzhan Industries, and the driver, the injured one, is the driver of the chairman of Pingzhan Industries, Li Fu. According to his identity, the hostage should be Meng Yao and Yushu, the patrol officer said. What? Meng Yao and Yushu. Lingshan's eyes widened. Of course, what surprised her wasn't the identity of the hostage, but the injured Li Fu. She knew that Li Fu was Pingzhan's driver and bodyguard, and Li Fu's strength was recorded by the police. He was a late-phase golden class peak physical practitioner, so how could he be so heavily injured that he couldn't even hold on anymore? What kind of strength did the kidnapper have? And according to the witness, the owner of the store was the one who sent Falbert flying with one palm. That person was at least a mystic class master. When did such a powerful master come to Songshan? Why did he kidnap Meng Yao and Yushu? But Lin Yi was Meng Yao and Yushu's bodyguard, so the first person Lingshan thought of was Lin Yi. She had to inform Lin Yi about this as soon as possible, even if she didn't have a good impression of Meng Yao and Yushu. These two girls were always going against her, but that was business, and that was personal. Lingshan was very clear about that. And so, Lingshan sent Lu Wangli to notify Pingzhan while she called Lin Yi. When Lin Yi contacted Falbert and realized that no one picked up the phone, he felt even more uneasy. Miss and Shu's phones were both turned off, and Falbert wasn't picking up either. What did this mean? It meant that something must have happened to the three of them. Falbert isn't picking up either. Lin Yi frowned and said to Tang Yun. You. Hurry up and go take a look. Don't let anything happen. Tang Yun hesitated and said. Then take your breakfast and eat in the car. Lin Yi was also very worried about Meng Yao's safety. In theory, with Falbert there, nothing could happen to Meng Yao, but there was always an accident. What if another master like Yukun came? Don't worry about me, I won't go. I'll go to school myself after eating. Tang Yun shook her head. She knew that now wasn't the time to be jealous. If something really happened to Meng Yao and Yushu, she would be a hindrance to Lin Yi if she followed him. So, Tang Yun didn't want to cause trouble. Okay. Lin Yi smiled at Tang Yun. He was very grateful for her understanding and held her hand. Be careful. What do I have to be careful about? Just be careful. Tang Yun would be fine if she went to school alone, but she was worried that something might happen to Lin Yi. I'll be careful. Lin Yi nodded and walked out of the breakfast shop quickly. He drove to the road from the villa to school. He wanted to find Meng Yao and Yushu along this road. Lin Yi's phone rang not long after the car left the area. Lin Yi looked at the caller ID. It was Ling Shan. Hello. What's the matter? Lin Yi was worried about Meng Yao and Yushu's safety, so he didn't have the mood to talk to Ling Shan. Lin Yi, Meng Yao and Yushu are in trouble. They've been kidnapped, and Li Fu is heavily injured. He's in the emergency room now, but I'm afraid that he's in trouble. Ling Shan didn't mind Lin Yi's tone. She was used to Lin Yi's tone. As expected. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Something had happened. He didn't think that Ling Shan would respond this quickly. She was probably at the scene already. It had only been 10 minutes since Meng Yao's call. Where are you now? I'll be there immediately. Have you notified Uncle Chu? Lin Yi asked. I've already notified Chairman Chu, Ling Shan said. I'm at the Judian Circuit, in front of the Mingliang Culture Shop. You'll see it when you get there. There's a lot of police cars there, and they've set up a cordon. Alright, I'll be there immediately. Lin Yi hung up and accelerated the car to the max. There were a lot of cars on the road in the morning, but Lin Yi used the beetle's small size and skillful driving skills to weave through the traffic like a beetle. Lin Yi didn't slow down at all, going on the bus lane, going on the wrong lane, going on the sidewalk. Under the condition that his safety was guaranteed, Lin Yi had broken all the traffic rules he could. But Lin Yi didn't care about that anymore. Ping Zhan would pay the fine later. Meng Yao and Yushu's safety was his #1 priority. Of course, other than that, Lin Yi was worried about Faubert the most. After all, the Miss and Shu situation could be delayed, but Faubert's injuries couldn't be delayed. Lin Yi wanted to drive the car like it was a plane. Finally, Lin Yi arrived at the Judian Circuit within 5 minutes. A few police cars with flashing lights were parked on the side of the road. A group of police officers had set up a cordon to prevent pedestrians from getting close. Lin Yi quickly drove the car over, parked it next to the police line, and got out of the car. Chapter 876. Chapter 0875, Faubert's injuries. Ling Shan told me to come. Lin Yi said to the officer. He took out his phone to call Ling Shan when he saw Lu Wangli not far away. Lu Wangli. Lin Yi called out immediately. The officer saw that Lin Yi not only knew Ling Shan's name, but he also knew Lu Wangli. It was obvious that Ling Shan had asked him to come, and so he didn't stop him. Seeing Lu Wangli walk over, the officer went back to his own business. Lin Yi, you're here. Captain Song is over there. Lu Wangli pointed at a direction not far away. Where's Faubert? Bring me there. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to find Ling Shan. He was worried about Faubert's injuries. Ling Shan said that Faubert was heavily injured, and that he might not make it. This made Lin Yi a little worried, or else he wouldn't be driving so fast. Over here. Lu Wangli saw that Lin Yi was in such a rush, and his expression turned serious as well. He wasn't angry at Lin Yi's commanding tone, because he knew that Lin Yi was probably involved in the big cases that the police had cracked recently. Plus, Lin Yi and Ling Shan's relationship was very strange, and Lu Wangli had pretty much treated Lin Yi as Ling Shan's boyfriend. Lin Yi saw Faubert on the stretcher, and his face darkened. From the outside, Faubert's condition didn't look too good. "Leave this place to me, everyone go back and rest." Lin Yi walked over and said to the medical staff who were busy with the work. The medical staff didn't know who Lin Yi was, and they looked at Lin Yi curiously when they heard him, but they didn't leave. "You guys go back. He can handle it here." Lu Wangli knew that Lin Yi wasn't simple, so he spoke up to help Lin Yi. "I'm sorry, officer. It's our duty to save lives and help the injured. We can't leave until we receive orders from our superiors." A leading medic walked over and said to Lu Wangli. "Are you from the First People's Hospital or the Second People's Hospital? I'll talk to your dean." Lin Yi was anxious. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't trust these medical staff, but they couldn't save Faubert at all. First People's Hospital. The medic didn't hide anything. He wasn't sure of Lin Yi's identity, but he couldn't leave without his superior's order. Lin Yi quickly dialed Guan Xuemin's number and told him what had happened. He then asked for the medical staff's number. When the nurse heard that Lin Yi was calling Guan Xuemin, she was stunned and asked, "May I ask if you're calling Guan Xuemin?" "Yes." "Do you know him?" Lin Yi was delighted and asked. "Which doctor in Songshan doesn't know Professor Guan?" The doctor said, "Are you someone recommended by Professor Guan?" Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He directly passed the phone to the medical staff and said, "I'm Guan Xuemin's disciple. Leave this to me. Elder Guan will explain to you." The medical staff picked up the phone and nodded after hearing Guan Xuemin's words. Guan Xuemin told him that Lin Yi was his disciple. Leave this to Lin Yi and he would immediately call Dean Qin. The medical staff was relieved after hearing Guan Xuemin's words. Not long after hanging up the phone, the dean called. "Dean Qin, hello. I'm Xiao Lu." The medical staff quickly picked up the phone. Okay, I understand. We will definitely cooperate with Dr. Lin Yi." Dean Qin called and told him to try his best to fulfill Lin Yi's request and help Lin Yi save the patient. With the dean's words, Xiao Lu naturally didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Yi bent down and checked on Faubert's injuries. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, Faubert was still alive. However, it wasn't because the opponent wasn't strong enough to kill Faubert. The opponent did it on purpose to leave Faubert alive. Judging from Fu Bo's injuries, the other party should have only used one move. In other words, the other party's strength was far greater than Fu Bo's. So, if the other party wanted to take Fu Bo's life, it should be a piece of cake. However, the opponent didn't do it because he didn't want Faubert to die. He probably said a few words to Faubert after he used the move. However, the most likely reason was to let Lin Yi heal Faubert's injuries. This would cause Lin Yi's strength to drop by a level. To save or not to save? Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Emotionally speaking, Faubert treated him well. Ever since he came to Songshan, Faubert had always been kind to him and treated him like a member of the mansion. Therefore, Lin Yi didn't want anything to happen to Faubert. However, logically speaking, Lin Yi knew that using his energy to heal Faubert wasn't a smart move. The opponent had a master. If he used his energy to heal Faubert, then his strength would definitely be affected. If that happened, he might not even be able to save Meng Yao and Yushu. Although the energy could be easily obtained from the Jade Space, it still needed time. Lin Yi didn't know if he could make it in time. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He had to save Faubert first. At least before there was news of Meng Yao and Yushu, he couldn't leave them to die. A few silver needles appeared in Lin Yi's hands. He quickly inserted them into a few acupoints on Faubert's body. He then started the art of dragon mastery. This time, it was similar to when he healed Lu Bujia. Lin Yi used the silver needles to seal a few of Falbert's meridians. Lin Yi planned to use his energy to prolong Falbert's life first, but he didn't plan to directly heal him. Because Lin Yi knew very well how terrifying the amount of energy needed to heal a person who was on the verge of death was. He was afraid that after he healed Falbert, he would enter automatic sleep mode. Doing this now was undoubtedly very dangerous. Right now, Lin Yi could only use a small portion of his energy to prolong Falbert's life. As long as he stayed alive, Lin Yi would have time to heal him after everything was over. But whether or not Falbert's martial arts could be preserved was another matter. A physical practitioner with such a serious injury was probably completely crippled. Although Lin Yi could use his energy to create a golden class dog, he couldn't use it to create a golden class master. The amount of energy required for a human and a dog was worlds apart. Creating a golden class dog would force Lin Yi into hibernation mode, let alone a golden class master. If it were possible, Xiao Xiao would have been a golden class master a long time ago. Chapter 877. The Target, Fu. Lin Yi breathed out in relief. Falbert's life was safe. Whether or not he could recover his strength wasn't something Lin Yi cared about, this was all Lin Yi could do. Even so, Lin Yi was sweating profusely. He'd used up quite a bit of energy. After all, that palm strike was enough to take Falbert's life. Lin Yi hadn't healed Falbert completely, but that was only the body and bones. Lin Yi had to use his energy to repair the organs, otherwise any damage to any organ would be enough to take Falbert's life. If it weren't for Falbert's extraordinary physique, a normal person wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Lin Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead and raised his head to see Lingshan and Pengzhan already there, looking at him anxiously. Lingshan had seen Lin Yi heal before, and after she arrived, she sent everyone around Lin Yi away, sending Lu Wangli and his platoon to protect Lin Yi, preventing anyone from disturbing Lin Yi. How is it? Pengzhan's face was very serious, his eyebrows furrowed. He was worried about his daughter's safety, but he was also worried about Falbert's injuries. His life is safe, but I can't say if he'll be able to recover his strength. After all, Falbert is a physical practitioner, and his body was damaged to this extent. Lin Yi shrugged. His energy could only restore the damaged parts to their original state, as if he'd been reborn, but he couldn't make Falbert's body and bones return to their original state. That was something that could only be achieved after a long period of training, and it wasn't something that Lin Yi's energy could change. It wasn't like the qi of a spiritual practitioner, which could be replenished through energy conversion. This was the biggest difference between a spiritual practitioner and a physical practitioner. Once the meridians of an inner force expert were destroyed, the true qi in their body would not be able to be preserved, and they would become a cripple. On the other hand, once a physical expert's body suffered a serious injury, even if he healed, his body would not be able to return to its previous state. He would basically be no different from a normal person. It's fine as long as you're alive. Pengzhan let out a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if Falbert could recover his strength or not, as long as he could survive. Pengzhan and Falbert may be master and servant in name, but they'd been together for so many years. Humans weren't plants or trees, so how could they be emotionless? The relationship between him and Falbert was more or less that of an old friend. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he'd still want Falbert to live. How are Yao Yao and Shu? Any news? Lin Yi's face was a little pale. Healing Falbert had obviously used up a lot of his stamina, and he wasn't suited for battle in this state. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to rest. The 2 Aurora SUVs that the kidnappers drove were all fake, and they used the license plate of a car rental company in Donghai. After checking through the POS machine, the original car model was a Honda CR-V, and we can't confirm the identity of the kidnappers at the moment. Lu Wangli told him what he had found out from the investigation. The kidnappers are very cunning. They should have a strong anti-tracking ability. Only a few cameras on the main roads captured the two cars. After that, they disappeared. There are two possibilities. One is that the kidnappers changed cars, and the other is that the kidnappers intentionally avoided some cameras when they arrived at their destination. Pingzhan nodded and sighed softly. He didn't even know who his opponent was this time, and he was completely at his wits' end. After hearing Lu Wangli's words, he couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Yi, hoping that he could give him an idea. Uncle Chu, since the kidnappers kidnapped Yao Yao and Shu, they must have a purpose. I believe that they will contact us first. Lin Yi sighed and said, if the kidnappers didn't want to use Yao Yao and Shu for some purpose, they wouldn't have kidnapped them. If it was just a grudge, then they would have been killed on the spot like Faubert. Yeah. But they're both girls. Pingzhan actually thought of the same thing. Since the kidnappers kidnapped his daughter and Shu, they must be trying to use them for some purpose, but he was afraid that the kidnappers would be tempted. Instead of being troubled here, why don't we go back and wait for the kidnappers' call? Lin Yi suggested. He needed to continue sleeping for a while to replenish his stamina. Otherwise, even if there was news of the kidnappers, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to fight them. Okay. Pingzhan was no longer the high-spirited chairman of a company, but an anxious father. He didn't have any ideas, but since Lin Yi suggested to go back and wait, there was nothing else he could do. Ling Shan didn't stop him because she knew that if Lin Yi couldn't solve the problem, there was no point for her to be anxious. Since Lin Yi wanted to go back, then let him go. As for Faubert, Lin Yi didn't send him to the hospital. Instead, he asked Lu to send him to the villa. Lin Yi had Faubert's injuries under control. As long as Faubert didn't get injured again, his condition wouldn't worsen. At this moment, only Lin Yi, Pingzhan, and Faubert were left in the villa, along with General Wei Wu, the golden-class dog. Are we just going to wait for the kidnappers to contact us? Pingzhan looked at his watch anxiously. It had been more than an hour, and the kidnappers hadn't called yet. It made him restless. Other than that, I can't think of any better ideas. Lin Yi sighed as well. The most important thing is that I need to rest. I used up quite a bit of qi to control Uncle Fu's injuries, and I'm afraid that this is a trap set up by the enemy, leaving Uncle Fu alive on purpose to exhaust my strength. Lin Yi sighed as well. Pingzhan's face stiffened when he heard Lin Yi's words. He didn't think so much before, but after hearing what Lin Yi said, he felt that it was very possible. He quickly said, go rest, I'll wait for the kidnapper's call. No need, it's fine on the sofa. Lin Yi said and closed his eyes, entering into a state of fake sleep. Lin Yi didn't sleep soundly. After entering the jade space, he still knew what was happening outside. Although Lin Yi entered the jade space and tried his best to absorb the energy in the space, his brain didn't rest at all. He kept guessing who the kidnappers were. According to the sequence of events, Lin Yi locked onto two people. One was House Yu's Yukuan, and the other was Zhening Jun.